Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, industry leaders, and valued participants. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the seminar on E-commerce Logistics 2026, leveraging AI and automation for next-gen supply chains here at PhD House. The seminar is being organized by PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, supported by the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology, with Reliance Retail as the presenting partner, whose continued commitment to innovation and industry advancement has made this platform possible. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our guests and special guests on the dais. Can I have a huge round of applause for our guests and special guests? Mr. Prashant Gaur, Vice President, Reliance Retail. Also, our special guest, Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G and Head DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology. Can we have a huge round of applause? Also, our guest of honor, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director MD and CP, Central Wellness Corporation. Please, can we have a huge round of applause? I also extend a very warm welcome to Shri I.V. Rao, Distinguished Fellow, Transport and Urban Governance, Energy and Research Initiative 2. Please, can we have a huge round of applause for Sir as well? We also welcome Mr. Mohit Luthra Sir, Assistant Secretary General, and I would also like to request Sir to please commence the session formally by presenting the welcome address. Over to you, Sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all of you, and a very special welcome to our guest of honor and eminent dignitaries on the dais. A special welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director, MNCP, Central Warehousing Corporation. Mr. Prashant Gaur, Vice President, Reliance Retail Limited. Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G and Head, DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology. Shri I.V. Rao, Distinguished Fellow, Transport and Urban Governance, the Energy and Resource Institute. Managing Committee members, friends from media, special delegates, industry leaders and esteemed participants. Good morning all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all today to the seminar on E-commerce Logistics 2026, leveraging AI and automation for next-gen supply chains. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I extend my warm greetings and heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for joining us today. We are truly honored to have with us an eminent panel of dignitaries whose presence elevates the significance of this platform. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director MNCP Central Warehousing Corporation, whose expertise in warehousing and logistics infrastructure plays a vital role in strengthening the backbone of India's supply chain. We are equally privileged to be joined by Shri Prashant Gaur, whose leadership in the retail sector continues to shape India's consumer and supply chain landscape. I also warmly welcome our special guests, Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, whose contributions in advancing scientific research and innovation are pivotal to technology-driven growth, and Shri I.V. Rao, a respected thought leader in transport and urban governance, bringing deep insights into sustainable and efficient mobility systems. Distinguished guests, India's e-commerce sector is witnessing unprecedented growth, fueled by a rapid digital adoption, expanding internet penetration, and evolving consumer expectations for faster, more reliable deliveries. In this dynamic environment, logistics has transformed from a back-end function to a strategic enabler of competitiveness and customer experience. However, with this growth comes complexity, ranging from last-mile delivery challenges and rising operational costs to the need for real-time visibility and sustainability. This is where artificial intelligence and automation are emerging as game changers. From predictive demand forecasting and intelligent warehousing to route optimization and autonomous delivery systems, these technologies are redefining the future of supply chains. Today's seminar aims to bring together policymakers, industry leaders, technology innovators, and academia to deliberate on how we can collectively harness these advancements to build resilient, efficient, and future-ready logistics ecosystems. We hope that discussions today will not only provide valuable insights, but also lead to actionable strategies, collaborative solutions that can accelerate India's journey towards becoming a global logistics powerhouse. With these words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers and participants. We look forward to an engaging and insightful sessions ahead. Thank you, and I wish you all a very productive seminar.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for today's seminar. I would now like to introduce to you all a visionary leader, Mr. Prashant Gaur, Vice President, Reliance Retail. Mr. Gaur plays a critical role in navigating the complex and ever-evolving legal and compliance landscape of one of India's largest and most dynamic retail organizations. A visionary strategist with extensive cross-functional expertise in regulatory policy, large-scale operations, and industrial growth, Mr. Gaur brings not just experience, but invaluable insights and perspectives to every forum he graces. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming very warmly Mr. Prashant Gaur as he takes over and shares his valuable insights with us. Please, sir.
First of all, thank you for giving such an elaborate introduction for me, but I am just a cog in the wheel. So, guest of honor, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director and MD and CP, Central Warehousing Corporation, Shri Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G and Head DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology, Shri I.V. Rao, Distinguished Fellow, Transport and Urban Governance, the Energy and Resource Institute, TERI, Mr. Mohit Luthra, Assistant Secretary General, PHDCCI, Managing Committee members, friends from media, distinguished panelists, industry leaders, and esteemed participants. Good morning all. It's indeed a privilege to address this August gathering at the seminar on E-Commerce Logistics 2026, leveraging AI and automation for the next-gen supply chains. I would like to sincerely thank PHDCCI for organizing this timely and forward-looking platform that brings together key stakeholders from government, industry, and academia. At the outset, I would also like to extend a warm welcome and express our gratitude to our guest of honor, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, and our esteemed special guests, Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla and Shri I.V. Rao, for gracing this occasion and enriching the dialogue with their invaluable perspectives. Today's seminar has been thoughtfully curated to bring together diverse perspectives and practical insights across the e-commerce logistic value chain. Throughout the day, the audience will gain valuable insight into how artificial intelligence is transforming logistic operations, from predictive analytics and demand forecasting to smarter warehousing and optimizing value chains. We will also witness an engaging fireside conversation on smart and sustainable women-leading AI-driven circular supply chains in e-commerce, highlighting leadership, innovation, and the growing role of women in shaping future-ready and sustainable logistic ecosystems. The discussion will further delve into the importance of green and sustainable supply chains, focusing on building environmentally responsible logistic networks throughout clean mobility, efficient freight systems, and sustainable operational practices. India's e-commerce sector is witnessing unprecedented growth, fueled by rapid digital adoption, expanding internet penetration, and increasing consumer demand from not just metro cities, but from Tier 1, Tier 2, and other Tier 3 markets also. At the heart of this transformation lies logistics, quietly but powerfully enabling the scale, speed, and reliability that modern commerce demands. Today, we are moving beyond traditional supply chain to intelligent, agile, and technology-driven logistic ecosystems. Consumers now expect faster delivery, real-time visibility, and seamless experience across channels. This has significantly increased the complexity of logistic operations, from warehousing and inventory management to last-mile delivery and reverse logistics. This is where AI and automation are playing a transformative role. From predictive demand forecasting and inventory optimization to route planning and warehousing automation, these technologies are helping businesses improve efficiency, reduce costs, and enhance customer satisfaction. Automation solutions such as robotics and smart sorting systems are enabling scales and precision like never before. However, while the opportunities are immense, challenges remains. India continues to face relatively high logistic costs, infrastructure gaps, and inefficiencies in last mile delivery. The fragmented nature of the logistic ecosystem and the growing complexity of reverse logistics further add to challenge. Additionally, there is a pressing need to bridge the skill gap as the industry transitions towards more technology-intensive operations. Encouragingly, India is at a pivotal moment, with initiatives such as PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the National Logistic Policy. The government is laying a strong foundation for integrated and ethical, efficient logistic infrastructure. Going forward, collaboration will be the key. There is a need for a stronger partnership between government, industry, logistic providers, and technology players. Standardization, data sharing, and interoperability will be critical to building a seamless logistic ecosystem. Equally important is the focus on skilling and sustainability. We must invest in building a future-ready workforce equipped with capabilities in AI, data analytics, and digital supply chain management. At the same time as the sector grows, it is essential to adopt sustainable practice, be it through EV adoption, energy-efficient warehouses, or optimized delivery routes, to ensure responsible growth. As we look ahead, the future of e-commerce logistics in India will be defined by how effectively we leverage technology, foster collaboration, and build resilient, customer-centric supply chains. I am confident that discussion at today's seminar will generate valuable insights and actionable ideas to drive the sector forward. On the note, I extend my best wishes for a successful and engaging sessions. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would take this opportunity to introduce with you all a distinguished leader who is present here with us today, Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, Director M&CP, Central Warehousing Corporation. Shri Kumar brings with him over 2 decades of extensive experience in warehousing, logistics, and supply chain management, having served the Central Warehousing Corporation in various leadership roles since 1997, including as regional manager across key regions. He has also contributed significantly at the policy level as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, when he played a key role in strengthening market support schemes and advancing post-harvest infrastructure under national initiatives like Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. With his rich blend of operational expertise and policy insight, Shri Kumar continues to play a pivotal role in shaping India's logistics and warehousing landscape. I request you all to please extend a very warm welcome as I now invite Sir to share his valuable perspective with us today. Please, sir.
That was a very elaborate intro. Distinguished guest on the dais, Shri Prashant Gaur, Vice President Reliance, Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G from Ministry of Science and Technology, Shri I.V. Rao, Distinguished Fellow, Transport and Urban Governance, Mohit Luthra, ASG, PHDCCI, and my dear friends who have gathered here from the industry. Today this seminar on e-commerce logistics, leveraging AI and automation. Before actually I speak something on this leveraging of technology, let me tell you, when you talk about the logistics industry, I mean, we have seen a lot of changes. In fact, in the late 90s, it was more oriented towards the infrastructure development. We didn't have much infrastructure. In the early 2000s also, if you see the Golden Quadrilateral, the North-South corridors, and that journey is still continuing even today. It is continuing in the form of DFCCL, PM Gati Shakti. But for any country, for that matter, any industry to leverage the developments in infrastructure, we all agree and accept that technology is the way forward. If today we didn't have a digital public infrastructure like a CoWIN or a UPI, I don't know, we can't even imagine actually how do we do the transactions on a day-to-day basis. So it's a given that infrastructure must be supported with innovations in digital technologies, and that is how we have actually come to a stage where today we are seen as a world leader in digital public infrastructure. Now, how can a digital public infrastructure be created? I'll also share my thoughts on how we started to work from scratch when I was Joint Secretary in Ministry of Agriculture. Always this, I was looking after agriculture extension. So a topic comes that our extension service is not effective. किसानों की तक आपकी बात पहुंचती नहीं है, आप कुछ भी बोलो, कोई भी योजना लागू करिए, कुछ भी करिए, किसान को पता ही नहीं चलता. अब जो चीज़ किसान को पता चलता है वो पीएम किसान है, क्योंकि उनके खाते में 2000 रुपये पहुंच जाते हैं. आई होप हिंदी इज ओके, एक्सेप्टेबल, नो, इफ आई कैन मिक्स हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश. 2000 रुपये 4 महीने में एक बार आ जाता है, उसके साथ साथ आपको एक मैसेज चला जाता है बैंक से कि इन योर अकाउंट 2000 रुपीज हैज कम. On the other day, I was in Jodhpur for a WDRA campaign, so I was asking all the farmers, almost 600 farmers had gathered. आपको पीएम किसान कितने लोगों का है, तो they started raising their hands. हाँ, पीएम किसान की भाषा समझ लेते हैं. In fact, in Telangana, I was interacting with farmers. So jovially, one gentleman, when I asked him, आपको योजनाओं की फायदा मिलता है? सर, यहाँ पे तो 2 ही योजनाएं हैं, एक मोदी सरकार का योजना, एक केसीआर का योजना क्योंकि वहाँ पे रैतु बंधु है, you must be knowing Mr. Rao, and PM Kisan. So when it comes to monetary benefits that are being given to the farmers or for the beneficiaries, yes, they understand. But otherwise, the technology behind this is to be appreciated by policymakers. How has PM Kisan become the biggest DBT scheme? How was it possible? Jandan, Aadhaar based, you talk about Jam Trinity, Jandan, Aadhaar, mobile. This technology integration has made this possible. Now every industry needs that kind of an integration. Just imagine if we had not saturated our, through the Jandan, how would we have achieved the financial inclusion? It would not have been possible at all. Had it not been for the UPI, for the Aadhaar based, other, CoWIN and other integrations, we could not have tackled COVID like, such a huge country. 200 crore people had to be vaccinated. 2 doses. It would not have been possible without a digital public infrastructure. Now, in conferences like this, our focus must be on, yes, we do have systems. Private sector is doing fabulous work. You must have also heard about this Bharat Vistar, which was launched, recently and announced in the budget also. I started the work on Bharat Vistar with the idea of integration. I say IMD gives some information, ICR gives some information, and then you go to any other private agency, Kisan Samriddhi Kendra, they give some information. You can't expect a farmer to process this information and come out with the most optimal solution for his farming. We have to integrate that. AgriStack is being developed. AgriStack is another DPI. With, I am talking with an example of farmers because I have come from that background, so I thought I'll be able to better make you understand and appreciate the need for a DPI. So the farmer registry is there, the crop registry is there, the land registry is there, all these are integrated. So systematically you are able to target for this farmer growing this crop, this is the advisory that I have to give. Now in logistics sector, if you see, we have very targeted segments. We have EXIM segment, you have transporters, you have freight forwarders, you have CHAs, you have shipping lines, you have transport, you have policymakers, you have customs, you have railways. All these people have to seamlessly talk to each other. Talk to each other is not in physical forum, but through systems. Now how can that be made possible? Now that is where, you can't expect government to go and, sit with all of them and integrate them. You can have some seminars, you can have some workshops, but the real task is to identify our problem statements. List out all the problem statements that we are facing. Our objective is to reduce the logistics cost. Internationally, we are, on a higher side, 14% of GDP, 12% of GDP, and we need to bring it to 8%. That is our major objective. Now, what are the problems or the bottlenecks that are hindering us to reach that level? Everybody can list out. In fact, I want to see PhD hosting a seminar only to discuss the problems. The moment you understand your problems, the solutions will come automatically. COVID was a problem for us, but we found out, I'm sure COVID would not have come without COVID. Because COVID had come, COVID came as a solution. And UPI, which actually was launched as an idea in 2008, actually fructified during COVID times because people were scared of touching money. And therefore digital innovation happened. So it was a compulsion. Now we have a lot of problems in logistics. Seamless integration is one problem. Innovative systems, developing them is a problem. Who will do that? Because you are developing an ecosystem. So there are challenges, and now this war has actually brought to the fore the energy challenge. Strait of Hormuz has been closed now, so fortunately we are getting some ships. Otherwise, LPG, petroleum, gas, all these are problems. And in future we are going to have more problems. So how do we tackle them? And digital systems, digital solutions, AI, these are the solutions. These are the actual, saviors for us. If we as industry, policy makers, government, industry stakeholders, all of us sit together, discuss the problems and come up with solutions, we will not be able to actually tackle them. And the challenges are going complex and complex. 2 months ago, if somebody had discussed about the possibility of a Iran, Israel, US war and all, we would have told, wo to hoga jab hoga dekha jayega. When it has fallen upon us, now we are realizing how difficult it has become, 94 rupees dollar, and so many things are there arising out of the consequences of this war. So for us to be adept, we have to work on interoperable, integrated systems, and I hope the deliberations like AI-driven efficiency, smart and sustainable. I will see also the green and sustainable energy supply chains. That is another important area. We need to have green solutions, and the last mile and first mile returns and strengthening of trust in e-commerce. All this will come through transparent digital systems. The another important aspect that we have to see is how can we innovate. Digital systems are also an outcome of innovation only, but then how do we innovate from the existing systems to take them to the next level? In fact, before UPI had come, Paytm, others were operating in isolation, but they created a structure. So this UPI is a structure under which everybody can play. It's a plug and play kind of a system. So you have GPay, you have PhonePe, everybody is there. So we create an ecosystem where every participant, private sector, NGOs, all of them can contribute and build a network that can actually facilitate the trade in terms of logistics. Besides innovation, besides interoperability and integration, we also need to have some kind of an intelligence, and that is what artificial intelligence brings. Because humongous data, it's not possible for us to keep analyzing them. AI will do that for us. We'll analyze, bring the gist, chat GPT and all those things are there. So we develop something. I am in the near foreseeable future, what I am seeing is like Bharat Vistar, we have something called as Bharat Logistics or Bharat Connect, where at the click of a button you are able to have all the information with you, whether be it a container, be it a truck or anything, and you monitor them without any worry that yes, today in the parcel service, in the Swiggy and all, lot of innovation has come up. When the Swiggy fellow is going to come, you go and sit near the door when he says almost reaching. So that comfort is there. Olden days you didn't have that systems and all, you didn't know. Even if you ordered something online in the early 2000s and all, you don't know when it will come, when your parcel will come. Now you can keep tracking them. So that kind of systems, if you are able to develop, then the real ease of doing business which we are talking about will actually happen. Today, when you talk about customer, हिंदी में हम बोलते हैं ना, जो कष्ट से मरे वो कस्टमर है, ठीक है? तो हम अपने कस्टमर्स को कष्ट से मरवाते हैं, वो हम नहीं चाहते हैं. Customer should have a very pleasant experience. Even for government, all the stakeholders are customers. So we have to build systems collectively, and I would suggest PHDCCI to have conferences, instead of having generic conferences, have more focus towards the problem statements, have more towards the solutions for those problem statements, and how the existing system, you don't have to build anything new. Lot of systems have already been built. Leverage them. The example is, iPhone in the hands of all of us. We don't use iPhones fully, except for WhatsApp and this thing. iPhone has got so many features. Start using them. Start learning how to use them. Now, iPhone is not going to dramatically change everything. No, you are going to have a new version with a improved camera and a, design change. Otherwise, features will be same. So let us leverage the existing systems, build a robust network that will not only hold our country in good stead but also internationally as a prospering economy. We are aspiring to become the third largest. Definitely logistics can contribute, and we'll also achieve the objective of reducing the logistics cost. I wish the organizers great success for this seminar, and in future also I expect that they'll have more to do in the logistics and supply chain field, so that the industry, the stakeholders all benefit from such interactions. Thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very forward-looking perspective. We are now equally honored to have an eminent expert with us whose contributions span science, technology, and sustainable mobility. Dr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist G and Head at DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology. With over 29 years of experience spanning industrial research, innovation funding, and technology management, Dr. Shukla has worked across government, academia, and global collaborations, including with institutions like IIT Delhi and the World Bank. His contributions continue to strengthen India's innovation system. Through his work in promoting industrial research, innovation funding, and technology-driven growth, Dr. Shukla continues to play a significant role in strengthening India's science and innovation ecosystem. I now request Dr. Shukla to kindly take over and share his valuable thoughts with us today. Can I have a huge round of applause?
Thank you for giving a nice brief about me. Shri Samuel Praveen Kumarji, Shri Prashant Gaurji, Mr. Mohit Luthra, and Shri Rao, and distinguished experts from industry, academia, and media people. First of all, I'll convey my sincere thanks to PHDCCI for inviting me and giving a chance to interact with you people. And I thought that I'll speak something, but before coming to my thoughts, let me continue with what Shri Samuel Praveen Kumarji said. Actually, since being a funding organization, we always expected that you should come up with problem statement. And that is something is the core philosophy behind this scheme under which we have supported this event. And this is primarily for our PHDCCI colleagues, that in future whenever you organize such type of event and you get our funding, please ensure that you are with some problem statements. And for today's case, I would suggest you that if you are in some ways in generic mode, so try to conclude at the end of the seminar that you come up with some problem statements and some networking collaborations. So that will really fulfill our objectives as well as win-win situation for everyone. So I truly appreciate the topic you have chosen for today's seminar, that is e-commerce logistics 2026, leveraging AI and automation for next generation supply chains. As you know, DSIR, that is Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, is one of the departments under Ministry of Science and Technology, with a mission for invigorating industrial research in the country through industry and institution-centric different incentive measures. And we also try to create an enabling environment for doing development of technologies as well as promotion of innovations. The overall vision of our department is to enable the country to emerge as a global industrial and innovation hub. So I think the topic which you have chosen is really having a potential of vast innovation, as Shri Kumar also mentioned, and he has beautifully summarized many fields where India is leading the world. DPI is one of the examples. The same way, if we can connect with all the stakeholders, we can also be one of the best in logistic also. So as I said about my department, I'll take 2 minutes to brief about my department, because we know that we are closely in working together, PHDCCI as well as our department closely working together for disseminating a number of schemes of the department, and some of our industry friends are also here. So I'll just give you a brief about the department. So department DSIR is running two types of different schemes. One is funding schemes, another is schemes related to granting recognition. So under funding schemes we have 4 different schemes. One is PACE, which is primarily for industry. Another is CRTDH, which is basically creation of a hub for doing R&D for MSMEs, and then A2K plus scheme, which has 3 different components, and one of the components under which we have supported this event also. So that is access to knowledge for dissemination of technology and development. And another scheme is PRES, which is basically promoting innovation among startups, individuals. And this is one of the unique schemes where an individual also can get support from the government. Now when we talk about another type of scheme, which is granting the recognition, so this is primarily for 3 different entities. One is in-house R&D units of industries. So we give recognition to them. We give recognition to scientific and industrial research organization and public funded research organizations. After getting recognition from DSIR, the organization has an edge to get different type of other government schemes benefits easily. Beside this, we have CSIR, one of the autonomous institution, and we have 2 public sector enterprises also. NRDC, National Research and Development Corporation, and CL, Central Electronics Limited. We are also looking after the administrative matters of one of the United Nations body under SCAP, which is known as APCTT, Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology. So what I wanted to convey you, that this is something which we are handling, and we are ready to explore possibilities in other areas also. Now, as we all know that from one of the World Bank reports, I am quoting that if we talk about MSMEs, overall 90% of total businesses, MSME is involved in that, and it creates more than 50% of the employment worldwide. And since in India we started Udyam portal, it's eye-opening, because previously we used to say that 10 crores employment, but now we are seeing that more around 25 crores registry is in Udyam portal. So we can understand the landscape of MSME and related activities. It is also expected that around 600 million jobs would be created by 2030, and 7 out of 10 formal jobs are generated in MSME. So this is the vast canvas of MSME, and that's why our department focuses much on MSMEs. But at the same time, we also appreciate that PHDCCI is also taking care of number of MSMEs. We know there are lot of challenges with MSME. These may be in technical terms, financial terms, and even in some other terms which we never think much. Like if you say that some technology at TRL level 3 is with some ITs, we know that some small level industry, they don't even have courage to go to IIT. that yes, we are also working in this area, can you help us, because IIT is a premier institute. So PhD CCI role is very important here. Now I'll talk, this is something about MSME I talked. Now I want to talk about innovation ecosystem, which primarily consists of startup ecosystem. So when we talk about leveraging AI and automation for next generation supply chains, we cannot undermine the importance of a startup and its ecosystem. We know India is doing great work in this area, and we have around 115 unicorns by now. We have also around same number of unicorns in the country. That is much more promising. That shows the much more promising future for us. 115 unicorn, 115 unicorns, that shows that we are on the right track. Some of the institutes like IIMs, IITs, NITs, and many universities, they are also doing good job in this area by mentoring young brains and encouraging them to come to explore this ecosystem. From one of the reports, we can say that IITs are ranked as 4th largest producer of unicorn startup in the world, after Stanford University, Harvard University, and University of California. So what I wanted to put up in front of you, that MSME is one of the sectors. Another is ecosystem of startup. Now, we know that India is expected to produce over 280 unicorns by 2030, and if we see some of the statistics related to Indian unicorn founders, we know that founders are also spread across pan-India. It's not like that only big cities are thinking about startup creation, or young brains from big cities are only contributing towards this. If you see the number, you'll surprisingly come to know that Uttar Pradesh is having a big chunk of founders if you compare with Karnataka. Because India is such a beautiful country that everybody is mobilizing here and there, and it's very difficult to say someone belongs to this state or that state. So opportunities is also mobilizing with the mobilization of young brains. And when we talk about startup ecosystem, we cannot forget the contribution of academic institutions, colleges and universities. And that's why we can say that why this is important and advantageous to start this culture at college or university level itself. Across the world, be it Google, Facebook, Time Magazine, FedEx, Reddit, all are conceptualized and created inside a campus, be it university campus or college campus, and the innovators were very young brain at the time when they created all these things. The same we can conclude from our Indian perspective also. If we talk about Flipkart, we know that the founders were very young when they started Flipkart. So all these examples show that yes, young brains are very important. And why I'm talking about a startup, that when we talk about next generation supply chain, we know that MSMEs are having their own challenges, but at the same time startups are there who are with young brains. So MSMEs have their product, their services, but how to reach to the market efficiently, in transparent way and in economical way is a challenging task. And I think here startups, they can play a good role. I know that the topic which you have chosen and the sessions themes are very apt and need not to mention again as it is with you. So all these topics are very important. And as I mentioned earlier, MSMEs have their own challenges, some in technical, some financial, and some in logistic related. But the most important thing is that MSME need a better logistic ecosystem to go to market. And for this, I believe that PHDCCI may envisage how to bring MSMEs and startup more close to make a win-win situation for everyone, and that will be a better way, efficient way. PHDCCI should also think how to facilitate to transfer innovation into a successful startup by helping startup ecosystem to do more research, science, creativity, innovation, IP related activities. How PHDCCI and its member play a role in different stages of nurturing a startup, that is idea generation, seed stage, growth stage and acceleration. In nutshell, I would like to say that PHDCCI can bring together industry, startup, and when I say startup, it means young brains. This may be in research institute or academic institute, so you'll have to create a synergy through your network. So by saying all these things, I hope that at the end of the day, you will come up with some good problem statement as well as the possibility of solution. So with these words, I congratulate PHDCCI for planning out such an important topic and inviting highly esteemed expert here. And I will also try to learn from everyone. So I wish you all the best for the day and hope that a good brainstorming will come with some solution. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your dynamic ideas with us today. We are also extremely honored to have Mr. I.V. Rao, Distinguished Fellow at TERI, a veteran with over 36 years of experience in automotive regulation, sustainable mobility, and technology development. With over 3 decades of rich experience in the Indian automotive sector, Mr. Rao has made significant contributions across technology development, regulatory frameworks, and sustainable mobility. Prior to his association with TERI, he held key leadership positions at Maruti Suzuki, where he played a crucial role in areas such as product development, component localization, quality assurance, and manufacturing engineering. He has also been closely associated with Government of India, serving as a member of the Expert Advisory Group under the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, contributing to the formulation of future regulatory norms on emissions and safety. His work continues to shape the dialogue around decarbonization and the future of mobility in India. I now request you all to please give a huge round of applause as I invite Mr. Rao to address the audience.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Mr. Prashant Gaur, Vice President Reliance, Mr. Shamyul Praveen Kumar, Director, Central Warehousing Corporation, Mr. Vipin Chandra Shukla, Scientist, DSIR, Mr. Mohit Luthra, PhD CCI, and participants. I'm very happy to be part of this seminar being organized by PHDCCI regarding e-commerce, logistics, and how AI and automation is going to impact these in years to come. India's logistic ecosystem is undergoing a remarkable transformation with rapid expansion of e-commerce, digital platforms, and on-demand services. Logistics has emerged as the backbone of modern economy. Today, millions of shipments move across cities and regions every day, supporting business, enabling trade, and connecting consumers to markets in ways unimaginable just a decade ago. I understand, based on some forecast, the logistics requirement is going to increase 12-fold by 2070, when India is targeting to become net zero carbon net zero. According to a recent report by Department for Product Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, India's logistics cost is estimated to be about 7.97% of GDP in year 2023-24, amounting to roughly 24 lakh crores. The study also highlights that improving multimodal connectivity and digital integration will be critical to further enhance efficiency across India's logistics and supply chain ecosystems. India's e-commerce market is expected to grow rapidly over the coming years, driven by increasing digital adoption, improved connectivity, and expanding consumer demand. While this growth brings tremendous economic opportunity, it also raises critical questions about efficiency, sustainability, and resilience of our logistics systems. So the main challenge before us is how do we make logistics faster, smarter, and more efficient while ensuring that this growth is environmentally sustainable and aligned with India's climate goals. This is where artificial intelligence, automation, and data-driven logistics systems will play a transformative role. AI-enabled route optimization, predictive demand forecasting, automated warehousing, and real-time fleet monitoring are already beginning to reshape supply chains. These technologies allow companies to reduce empty trips, optimize delivery routes, minimize fuel consumption, and improve operational efficiency. Though research, policy engagement, and industry collaboration, we at TERI have been examining pathways to reduce emissions from freight transport while improving system efficiency. One of our recent initiatives includes work under the Concord TERI Center of Excellence on Green and Sustainable Logistics. The objective of this initiative is to support India's transition toward low carbon logistics by exploring innovative technologies, alternative fuels, and improved operational practices. We have been actively working with stakeholders including Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Indian Railways, Department of Posts to support policy mechanisms that encourage energy efficient freight movement and improve emissions transparency within supply chains. These efforts highlight a key point: technology, policy, and industry collaboration must move together if we want to build a truly sustainable logistics system. Urban freight movement, particularly last mile deliveries, can benefit significantly from electric mobility solutions, smart fleet management, and AI-enabled logistics platforms. Integrating such solutions can not only improve delivery efficiency but also reduce congestion and air pollution in our cities. Similarly, automation and digitization within warehouses and distribution centers can improve productivity while reducing energy use and operational inefficiencies. As we look forward toward the future, the convergence of AI, automation, digital platforms, and clean mobility technologies will define how goods move across supply chains. It's a coincidence. This week on Tuesday, I happened to be part of a workshop organized by Detroit Engineering Products, who are actually known for their computer-aided engineering solutions for not only design but also simulating the testing, etc. They were in India to highlight how AI can integrate all the solutions required for a new model development in automobiles, and also how it would reduce overall time for model development and also reduce the cost. So when I was invited for this conference, I contacted this group and we together came out with various areas where AI can influence e-commerce logistics. I mean, there are about 10 subgroups where they very strongly believe that AI will have a significant influence. One, demand forecasting and inventory optimization. Two, smart warehousing and robotics. Route optimization and line haul planning. Last mile delivery intelligence. Automated order fulfillment decisions. Predictive logistics and exception management. Returns optimization. Computer vision for sorting and quality. Autonomous delivery. And lastly, AI customer experience integration. And they also did some rough calculation to estimate overall business impact. They feel that overall fulfillment cost reduction of 15 to 30%, delivery time reduction by 20 to 40%, inventory cost reduction by 20%, warehouse productivity increase by 2 to 3 times, and return cost reduction by 10 to 15%. Events like this provide an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas, showcase innovations, and build partnerships that will shape the future of supply chains in India and beyond. Though it's not very connected with this particular seminar, but because Dr. Vipin Shukla has mentioned about startup, I would like to use this platform to request him to support startups. There are some common areas where startups developing a hardware product are stuck because for them to invest, it's a very huge investment required. One is centralized computer systems to design and simulate testing, etc. Second is prototype building. Third is testing, especially in automotives. Any subsystem developed or even for the model, this needs to be certified by ARI or ICAT before it goes to the market. All these three cost a lot of money, and startups, the way they are, will not be able to afford, and a lot of them are stuck for want of funds. So I feel a centralized facility under DSIR or DST would give a lot of benefit to the startups. Thank you, sir. With this, I would like to congratulate PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for bringing together the important dialogue and wish the seminar great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable perspective with us. It is now time to extend our sincere gratitude to our guests and special guests present here today with us. And to do the honors, I would request Mr. Luthra and Mr. Prashant Gaur, sir, to kindly felicitate our guests. I request Shri Samuel Praveen Kumar, sir, to kindly accept our token of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contributions today with us. Can we have a huge round of applause? I also request Dr. Vipin Chandra to please accept our token of appreciation for his remarkable presence today here with us. I would also request Mr. I.V. Rao to please come forward and accept our token of appreciation for his contributions today in the seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would also now request Ms. Aprajita, Director PHDCCI, along with Mr. Luthra sir, to also show our gratitude to our supporting partner, DSIR, for their support today. I would request the team from DSIR to please accept our token of gratitude. On behalf of the team, I would request Dr. Vipin Chandra to please accept our token of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, to you and your team. Can we have a huge round of applause? I would also request team members from Reliance Retail, and on behalf of team members, I request Mr. Prashant Gaur to please accept our token of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir, for your continued support today. I would also request Ms. Shabdata Singh and her team from Central Warehousing Corporation to kindly accept our token of appreciation to being our associate partner for the event today. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much to all our guests and special guests. To conclude the inaugural session, I would now invite Mr. Mohit Luthra sir to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And at the very outset, I'd request our esteemed audience to please put your hands together, all of them together, for our distinguished panelists today. And thank you so much. And I'd like to assure Mr. Kumar and Dr. Chandra that all the suggestions that you've given, especially to be focusing on the problem areas, or let's say areas of improvement and development, definitely the Secretariat has noted your suggestions, and we will be moving forward with planning and curating those seminars as well, sir. So I would also like to, thank Dr. Kumar for his valuable insights, especially, the practical insights which he shared with us on the logistics, infrastructure and warehousing, which has added immense value to the seminar. Dr. Prashant Gaur for sharing his valuable perspectives, enriching today's discussions. Dr. Vipin Chandra and Sri I.V. Rao for their thought-provoking inputs and bringing depth and perspective to the evolving landscape of AI-driven logistics and sustainable supply chains, especially with focus on the bringing in new minds, the startups altogether. I would also like to thank our panelists, moderators, industry experts, and look forward to their active participation and making the sessions highly engaging and impactful. A special note of appreciation to all our partners and stakeholders whose support has been very, very important and instrumental in organizing this seminar. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts, as already has been acknowledged by our eminent speakers on the dais, the efforts of the Secretariat team of PHDCCI for their dedication and meticulous planning in bringing this seminar together seamlessly. We hope that the deliberations today will translate into actionable ideas and continued collaboration towards building a smarter, more resilient and technology-driven logistics ecosystem in India. Thank you all once again, and we look forward to welcoming you at our future initiatives. Thank you so much.
I request our guests and special guests to kindly come together for a group photograph. Hello. 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 Mic check. Hello. It's now time to move forward into our first session, focusing on AI-driven transformation in logistics. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all our moderator for this session, Ms. Udisha Shrivastava, Senior Correspondent at Business Standard. Ms. Shrivastava is a dynamic journalist who closely tracks the evolving landscape of India's startup ecosystem with a strong focus on sectors such as e-commerce, quick commerce, logistics, food tech, ed tech, and mobility. Through her work, she brings nuanced insights into emerging business models, market disruptions, and the intersection of technology and enterprise. With a master's in convergent journalism from Jamia Millia Islamia, she combines strong editorial depth with a versatile approach to storytelling, engaging audiences across print, digital, and multimedia platforms. Her ability to translate complex industry developments into compelling narratives makes her a fitting voice to moderate today's session. We welcome you, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator? For the panel discussion of today's session 1, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Manik Rao, a digital transformation leader with 31 plus years of experience spearheading AI-driven smart warehousing at CWC. We welcome you, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Anil Manik Rao? I would also like to invite Dr. Firoz Zia Hussain, Chief Security Officer at Delivery with 30 plus years in risk, security, and logistics. I think they're on the way, so they'll be joining us in a minute. I would also like to invite Mr. Vineet Krishna Sachdev, tech entrepreneur and blockchain innovator driving government tech ecosystems. We welcome you, sir, Mr. Vineet Krishna Sachdev. Okay. All right. So as we wait for our panel members to join in, I would request ma'am to please take the session forward. I would also like to invite Mr. Nitin Jain, co-founder and CBO of Business. We welcome you, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Nitin Jain as he joins us for panel discussion? I request ma'am to please take over the session.
Thank you everyone for joining in. A very good morning to you all. I think we are waiting for one more panelist, but we'll just get the session going. I would like to thank the individual here for introducing me. And with that, I just want to say that, you know, I'll skip a lot of introduction of mine, but I would just also want to mention that I'm a journalist. And through that introduction, I would like to derive at the theme of this session. And given I'm a journalist, the kind of news flow that I see every single day is huge. Now, in the last 2 to 3 years, there is one trend that I have noticed. In my inbox, if I'm getting 200 emails a day, every third email is something and has something to do about artificial intelligence. It could be about a company which has launched an AI tool. It could be about how a company is training its employees up into AI and about AI. It could be about a new feature a company has launched, or it could be just something as basic as the investment a company is putting it into AI. So that's the kind of scope this umbrella term AI holds. But given I have spoken to so many business leaders and entrepreneurs, and everybody says that AI is playing a transformative role, a revolutionary role. But that's again a very vague, wide term. So at this point, and in this session, we are going to look at what exact specific role AI is playing when it comes to logistics and when it comes to sort of at the intersection of e-commerce, logistics, and supply chain. And that is the theme of this session. So I'll just begin with my questions here. And but before that, I know we are waiting for one more panelist, so we'll start with a brief introduction of our guests here. And I would really like my guests only to introduce themselves. So, sir, one line about what you do, and just 1 to 2 lines about the company, so that we know exactly what your company is doing in this value chain, so we have a specific idea of where each of us are coming from. So, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, PSD Chamber, for inviting us, giving this opportunity and platform. And good morning to panelists also, co-panelists. I am A.M. Rao, Group General Manager, looking after IT operation of Central Warehousing Corporations. So we have around 953 warehouses, pan-India. We are into agri-business, we are into white good business, we are into logistics, we are into transportation, 3PL, 4PL, 5PL. We are feeder organization for national food security. Mostly we deal with the wheat and rice, which goes into the national food security program. We take care of the quality of food, the quantity of food, the weight, and the timely delivery of such goods and commodities to the stakeholders. We deal with 400 different type of commodities and many more varieties of those commodities also. So all in all, we are into storage, supply chain, logistics for over 70 years. Thank you.
Vineet.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Vineet Sachdev. I come from IOUX Systems. So we have a background in creating digital public infrastructure in the space of whether contracts or digital exchanges, data systems. We are also working on creating national level system for over beacon protocol for logistics. Way we understand logistics is, from the perspective of AI, is not just about movement of goods. We see it as an infrastructure for decision making. Decision making which is which is structured, which is auditable, which is trustable, and that's where we can really leverage the current available technologies for efficiency. So,
Thank you, Vineet. Nathan.
Yeah, hi guys. Thank you so much. So I'm actually a part of the PhD Chamber of Commerce. So a little bit about me. I'm a IIT Delhi computer science grad, and then I started 2 startups in 2015. Both of them are unicorns. I co-founded them. We were in fact facilitated by PM Modi as well. We won the ET Startup of the Year. This was in supply chain and financing. Now they're valued at $5 billion, about to be listed very shortly on the stock exchange. And we do all kinds of supply chain, including logistics of, so we do supply chain of steel, aluminum, zinc, copper, lead, bitumen, polymer, etc., etc. So we understand supply chain, we understand logistics, we understand suppliers mindset, we understand SME mindset like no other, even enterprise mindset, like we're working with the likes of Reliance, DMart, ITC, you name any large organization, we're working with them. Now I'm a serial entrepreneur, so I've started another company in the electronic component space, again leveraging, entirely built on AI. So my aim is to build a unicorn with only 60 people in the organization and the middle layer to be only done by AI. So all our, I'll talk a little bit more, but all our negotiations, all our email correspondence with the suppliers, with the buyers, believe it or not, is done by AI. So we do not have humans interacting anymore. So we have given AI permission. There's a human in the loop supervising the AI agent. That's pretty much it. The AI agent is negotiating, getting prices in the market, giving data back, doing data-backed purchases, negotiating with logistics partners. AI is doing all of that. I mean, this will be a little hard to believe, but we've actually gotten there, right? And it's not difficult to build if someone puts their mind to it. So this is what we are doing, and yeah. So on to you.
Thank you so much, Nitin. I think we will have more elaborate discussion on what you are doing with AI. So I'll just start with my questions. I would also want to say that towards the end, I have a small rapid fire set of questions for my panelists here. And we will also open the floor for questions in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So if you have any questions, feel free. Mr. Rao, I would like to start with you. So you deal with public warehousing. And if we look at this public sector warehousing, then there is a lot of, it deals with legacy infrastructure that could be, decades old maybe. So at this point, with new technologies coming in, want to understand from you, how are you modernizing this infrastructure, keeping up, the pace with the technology, and specifically if you can talk about how you're integrating AI in your systems.
Okay, Central Warehousing Corporation, as you know, is 70 years old organization. We do have legacy system. We do have old infrastructure warehouses. But, our focus is on modernizing those warehouses at regular interval. We have already entered into grade A warehouses. Recently, all the warehouses are grade A warehouses. All the warehouses are having complete automation. There is no single paper which is being used in the organization. 100+ register used to maintain the stock and management of warehouses. Those are now things of past. We have already introduced smart warehousing solutions, starting from pre-gate management of the vehicle which is coming into my premises, to the gate management, complete gate management, integrated with the Vahan and Sarthi and FASTag. Already we have implemented at all food grain warehouses pan-India, which is around 219 warehouses pan-India. We have, ambitious plan of rolling out these automation across all our 953 warehouses in years to come. We have already, latest payment system which is integrated with ERP. ERP is already rolled out in the organization. Warehouse management system is in place. Data analytics, dashboard, digital twin are part of our automation and modernization. We have also leveraged computer vision for inventory management, for detecting and recognizing the person and objects which are being operated in the warehouses, to know the authorization of a person, whether person is authorized. Counting of the inventory is automated. Sensors, IoT sensors have been placed inside the warehouses to know the atmospheric conditions which are contributing to the storage losses. Like that the food grain also suffers from infestation, and as a result there is storage loss. The storage loss, as one of the studies shows that in India there is around 40,000 crore storage loss is there in the food grain only. So CWC per se, I am not talking about other organizations who are dealing with the food grain and perishable commodity, but we have, as per industry standard, there is 3% storage loss is allowed, but we are somewhere around 0.03%. And this is the results of, a transformative digital system and modern infrastructure which is there in the CWC, together with a simplified SOP and a hierarchy of decision making, which is prevalent across 953 warehouses. CWC is there in each and every district of the country except Jammu and Kashmir. So at all the places we have a presence. We are operating with only 1800 employees. And this is possible only because of the automation. Now you will ask, automation is one part, digitization is one part, but where is AI? Because it is misunderstood by the industry that workflow or automation is AI. It is not. So in warehousing and logistic, we have AI layered also placed over and above the automations. Though we have not gone into AMR type of system or a deep rack of system or ASR type of system, which is also in planning stage. Shortly we will go with palletization of the food grain also. It is under pilot stage. But aggressively, whatever automation we have done and whatever digitization has been done, there is a layer of AI over and above it. Like optimization of routes. So whenever the vehicle is moving from one storage place to another storage place, or to the public distribution system, or to the customer premises, as we also deal with the container train movement, we are into transportation and freight forwarder also. We take care of forwarding of freight from India to abroad and from there to India. So complete route optimization is done by the AI layer over and above digitization and automation. Apart from that, the inventory optimization is one of the objectives which we have achieved through the AI layer. So that though inventories are available in the warehouse, but how efficiently they are being maintained is done through the AI layer. We have also, achieved the less TAT through the AI interventions. This overall brings the efficiency. And this efficiency has resulted into roughly around 30% plus more storage space available to us. See, central warehousing is having 1,64,000 metric ton storage space, and 30% is achieved through these three means: digitizations, automation, and AI layer over and above it.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Actually, that was my next question, that how actually it is, bringing a change on the ground, and you spoke of, route optimization, inventory optimization, and also the other factors you spoke of. I want to come to you, Vineet, now. I was going through your website, and a quick look gave me an idea of what you do. Now, what I'm understanding is that before anything happens on the ground, there has to be some paperwork in place, contracts in place, KYC needs to be done, so much. And that's something, that work can be very tricky. That in the legal parlance, that could be, one loophole and you have a lawsuit next.
Right.
How are you very carefully integrating AI and other emerging technologies to while sort of fast track all these processes, but also ensure that the foundation is as strong, the paperwork is solid, and companies can, just leave the worry behind and just get work going on the ground?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So, there's a very distinct feature about AI. AI does whatever it does very consistently. So, if you've got your data structure right at the right place, you've got a correct process, you've got a trust layer, and then you put everything in place, it will give correct, consistent outcomes. Once with the peripheral systems, once they are linked in entirety, so not just one piece, not just your modules, or you can say flows in silos, but once you connect everything with that AI system, the outcomes are consistent. There are, there's a major reduction in errors. There's much faster decision making. There's consistent decision making. There's the lack of or the risk of losing on opportunities. Be it on particular contracts for large organizations or new customers, new orders, recognizing correct intent. All those challenges are very aptly handled through with a trust layer in place, but proper AI system. So that's where it is helping us. Yeah.
Can you, Vineet, give an example of how a contract was there? It just, you fast tracked it, no errors, no issues, and everything got done ahead of time, and it's a win-win for all.
I think it happens.
I know you can give so many, but just...
So it happens all the time. The system can actually track the past performance of a particular entity. And once that is in place, the risk of something adverse happening in the future is reduced. And the risk of you missing out on opportunities and actually taking fast decisions and acting upon them, it gets really enhanced. So that's where smart contracting has helped our clients in a big way. Yeah.
Thank you. Nitin, I would like to come to you now. Your company sort of, I went through your website as well, aggregates demand, and then you are providing, with the raw materials needed. How are you, in your specific, use case, leveraging this technology to sort of aggregate demand, then to decide upon the pricing that there is? And also, while you were introducing the company, you spoke of the usage part of and the agents part. So can you elaborate on that as well?
So, first, how many of you handle procurement or do some kind of procurement in your companies, right? Just raise of hands, right? And typical procurement, how it happens, is still old age, right? That you select 3 vendors, you send them an RFQ, you wait for them to come back with prices, and that's how you do it, right? And you select, you do L1, L2, L3 comparison. Let's say you send it to 10 vendors, right? आप email भेजते हो, manually भेजते हो सारा का सारा. क्या system, कोई system नहीं है वहाँ पे button दबाओ सबको email चला गया and all that. And then you wait for, you collate replies, you put it in L1, L2, L3, you forget about all the other codes, you take it to your boss or your supervisor or whoever, your authority, you get a signature on L1 and you give the purchase order. That's how procurement is done. This is the most suboptimal usage of technology, and there is no technology in this. Let's be very clear. Now, what we are doing is we are changing the game. We are saying that why does a human need to procure and select vendors? Let technology with all the data available make it intelligent procurement. First of all, vendors ke paas, when you are approaching vendors, you should be knowing what the prices are there in the market. Let's say you're procuring this pen or this bottle. So what we've done is that we have scraped all of the internet. We bought a lot of data. Using data, then we are very intelligent in terms of selecting the vendors. We in fact give them a little bit of target pricing as well, where we know that they will be able to meet the target pricing. Let's say we know a vendor is consistently giving 44,000 rupees. Basis the market, we give them a target price of 43,500 basis the intelligence that we have generated. and we tell them to meet the target price to get the order. And then the AI agent is sending the emails automatically. The AI agent is parsing through the responses, negotiating on terms and conditions, and then finally allocating an order. There's a human in the loop right now, right? Because fully autonomous to nahi hai, but semi-autonomous hai. Where it does all the negotiations, comes back and says that this is what I've negotiated. Can you approve that I'm releasing the PO to this particular vendor? So that's what we're doing. It's intelligent procurement. It is basis all the historical procurement you've done, the market conditions, the market scraping basis the rates that it sees in the market. It gets all the transactional data. Let's say there is a lot of trade data available, etc., etc. There is a lot of GST data available, and whatever data you can get hold of, you get that data and make intelligent decisions. So that's how we are leveraging AI. And again, as I said, AI can do work of 1,000 people. It does not sleep. It does 24/7. The compute is not very expensive as we think of it. The compute is probably that 1/10 of a human person. So it's I envisage that going forward, the middle management will all be AI. You will not need humans. The middle management will all be AI, driven through AI. You'll probably just need a human in the loop as a supervisor to an agent, and that'll be like a HR for an agent or a manager of the agents, and that's pretty much it, right? So that's how I envisage technology, and that's how we are building a new company, right? For which we've raised a decent amount of capital, and we've been backed by some of the largest investors of India and the world. So that's how I envisage, and that's how we're using technology at the moment. So intelligent procurement is how we like to call it, or AI-led procurement, and cost reduction is how we like to call it.
So this question to both of you, what kind of investment, what's the size of investment that you typically make every year into AI specifically? So it could be a portion of your tech investment or just a number you want to share.
See, I think that's again, I have a different take on it, right? It's not allocating a certain amount of money on AI and expecting ROI, etc. The entire tech should be AI, let me tell you. The world is changing. You do not need 60 developers to maintain your system and do any new coding, etc., and to do a lot of things. You just need to do it with 5 people. That's it. The world is changing. So it's not about कि आपने AI में कितनी investment करी और ROI क्या दिख रहा है. No, it's changing completely. Now AI is the foundation layer. Everything is foundational. AI is there. Now then are bits and pieces then sitting on top of it. Right? So reverse हो गया. ये नहीं कि आपकी technology layer है, आपके पास 60 लोग हैं और AI कहीं छोटा कहीं भी बैठा हुआ है. कुछ कर रहा है. Right? आप ROI discover कर रहे हो. वो ज़माना गया. वो 2 साल पहले खत्म हो चुका है. 1 साल पहले खत्म हो चुका है. Claude and all the other guys have changed the game completely. Now AI is the foundational thing sitting in your systems. You do not need to hire a crore CTO. You do not need to hire like devs who are so expensive, 60 lakh devs, 70 lakh devs. क्यों चाहिए? हमने तो hire नहीं करे. We are getting AI to do all the work for us. We are allocating it. You will not believe AI goes through the code base, figures out bugs, logs the bugs, corrects the bugs, comes back and files a report. That's how. And there's a supervisor just approving the AI code, and that's it. That's how things are happening. So it's not about investment into AI. No, it has to be the crux of everything that you're doing. Crux. आप किसी CTO को hire करते हो, ऐसे थोड़ा ना सोचते हो कि मैंने investment करी है CTO के ऊपर. नहीं. He's a core part of your team. That's how AI is supposed to be treated, in my opinion. That's what I think.
No, absolutely fair enough. Vineet, what's your take?
Totally agree. So I'll give you an example. We recently built the 6th or the 7th financial exchange for the country. So, you have exchanges for trading of stocks, commodities, MCX, NCDX. So we've recently, it's going to be launched in April. It's an exchange for trading of something like carbon credits. So it has a complete trading engine, financial settlement, everything. So again, to build that, and it's so a large, volume of transactions, a very large volume of transactions will be happening through it. We would have otherwise required 60, 70 people to build it. Again, we built it using all these systems. with a probably a 12-member team in a 3-month period, which would otherwise have taken 1.5 years or 1 year with a 50-60 member team. It has, you could transact on it with your voice as well. So we've built everything over that using a very, very small team, because everything is built using AI. So when you talk of investment or when you talk of cost, it's very difficult now to segregate your tech cost or tech investment from the AI, because it is all AI. You have to actually see, once you see the benefits which might have been invisible earlier, now quite visible now, then you interpret it in a very different way. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vineet. Sir, I'll come, with a question to you. But first to Mr. Rao. We are all talking about, how we are leveraging technology and AI. But I also understand that any new adoption, any new implementation cannot be free of challenges. So can you point out maybe two specific challenges that you are seeing in adoption, implementation of this technology?
See, one is at the ground level, reskilling of the manpower is required to adopt the AI and automation both, because AI itself can do a lot of things, but in large organization and where the operations are also across multiple location and huge operations, you need to have complete AI ecosystem, not only AI. So reskilling of the manpower is required. Second, the skill set for developing those AI tools together with the domain knowledge. See, you can find a lot of skill set in the industry for the IT. You can find a lot of skill set in the market for the functional knowledge, domain knowledge. But combining both are the rare commodity. And unless a tech person knows the domain knowledge, he may not able to contribute to the extent which can be exploited through the AI and ecosystems. So apart from there, at the remote places, of course, infrastructure is lacking. Internet still is rarely, not available at the remote site, nook and corner of the country. The other thing is that the digital literacy across India is not picking up as it is required to, leap forward in, next generation. So that is also skill set is also missing. A lot of work need to be done. Decision making, especially in the corporates and the government sector, is also one of the bottleneck. The very important point is that in all the government organization, whether it is public sector, state government, department, or pure government organization, at the board level, there is no representation of IT. So there is no seriousness of implementing and adopting. Everybody knows that once IT comes, all their problem will get solved. It is not. There are a lot of implementation challenges. There are a lot of activities which has to be done before adopting any AI solutions. Smart contracting, definitely it is helping. Smart procurement, which Mr. Rao has elaborated, definitely helping. But in public sectors or government sector, the procurement process is lengthy, complex, cumbersome, and it requires some intervention also. Thank you.
Actually, these are very good insights, because when we talk of AI, again, as I began this conversation, we so much speak of its transformative, revolutionary nature that we forget that there are challenges. It's still a comparatively new technology, and it's going to take us a lot of changes, to do a lot of changes in the infrastructure layer, and also sort of upskilling the human power that we have to actually leverage this technology. So my question next to you is, Mr. Hussain, thank you so much for joining in. You are one of the largest, 3PL logistics player in the country, and the world we are living in, it's actually, I think it's so much inclined towards quick commerce. And because quick commerce has given us this, I don't know what we call it, this taste of getting things so quickly and so conveniently, I think that expectation also goes down to e-commerce. Now, e-commerce, earlier you would be able to wait for 7 days. Now you would be very happy to get a next day delivery. I want to understand from you, what kind of tools are you using to ensure that the last mile delivery is smooth, convenient, and is as fast as you could imagine?
Thank you very much. Delivery, as you know, was a startup. We started about more than 12 years back. Today we are the largest e-commerce logistics company. We cater to all the large clients, whether it's Amazon, Flipkart, or just any other. And it has happened only due to the usage of, extensive usage of automation in AI across all our domains. All our softwares are 100% made by us. All our, except, of course, the trucks, etc., would be belonging to different vendors. The warehouses belongs to different vendors. But apart from that, the technology is 100% India made. And we have moved along. As you say, the expectations have changed over a course of time. Okay, let's examine first of all the e-commerce gamut of India. See, e-commerce fulfillment, how does it take place? There is a B2B movement which happens. For any e-commerce to happen, first of all, like a bulk of TVs or a bulk of phones or a bulk of just any item, whether it is Pampers or just any item, has to move from a OEM or a supplier. It's either imported, manufactured in India, it moves to a warehouse. Now, from once it is there, and as the orders keep coming into e-commerce for the given company, they keep moving these to different platforms, whether it is Amazon or Flipkart or various D2C brands have come in now. So they move these goods from their own warehouses either directly to customers or through various partner warehouses or various platform warehousing which is followed for e-commerce. Now, if you see the kind of the scale at 18,400 pin codes all over India, if you have to deliver using about 1 lakh people, about 20,000 trucks on the road, 24/7. And so if you are delivering at that scale, what happens is you need a huge amount of automation, because as you pick up, so the sorters at the multiple cities, whatever is picked up in the Mumbai area gets sorted at Lonard. It moves through a hub and spoke mechanism to either by air or by surface. Surface transport luckily has become so good now. It's amazing at the speed at which the trucks move across the country, thanks to the government initiatives on the Golden Quadrilateral, and of course our Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji with his speed of road making and the quality of the roads. So that's one part. The other is, I think the government e-way bill, etc., has made the whole process much smoother. Now, if you see the use of AI, now it starts right from a beginning, starts from an AI starts from the airway bill itself. Once it is manifested, now there's something like 7 lakh sellers who are manifesting products. So unless you are using a fully automated methodology, it will never happen that you will be able to ingest the whole data into your system, to find out which lanes are at what sort of capacity and where the capacity additions have to take place, where the ad hoc trucks have to be taken. See, one is the regular trucks which you have. So for something like 80-90% capacity, you always have long lease trucks, medium lease trucks. So for more than that, you will always be deploying a lot of ad hoc trucks. So for that, unless you have an AI and you know that information a couple of days before to be able, so that the commercial team, the fleet team is able to then hire those trucks, hire the manpower to be able to deliver it. I mean, you will not believe there are, moment we manifest the items, at various points all over India, we keep deciding as to what is the extra effort which will be required in terms of infrastructure, manpower, and trucks or otherwise. Trucks could be of just any size. When I'm saying it, it could be a small chota hathi, ace truck, or it could be as big as a 32-feeter. So I'm just giving it for an example. So as far as the manpower to deliver it, the bikers, again, we have EV bikers and the other bikers, the normal bikers. Northeast has a lot of footer people delivering products also. They, in the mountainous area, they actually deliver it by foot, because it's impossible to, to go from one street to another street. If you would take the road, you would probably take an hour to reach the next house, while the person who knows the area or the local area is able to do it much, much faster. So what we've done, basically, we've done a lot of initiatives both with AWS and with Gemini, Google, whereby every AWB gets sort of AI analyzed. So the final customer is able to know when he is going to get the goods. See, the maximum stress and tension arises if you have no idea when it is going to come. अब आपने एक बर्थडे के लिए, अपने भाई के बर्थडे के लिए कुछ ऑर्डर किया है. Now you want to arrive it to arrive before that date. Otherwise, you will probably go to the market, buy something from him and give it to him personally. So that sort of comfort, I think gradually people are seeing it, that as we go along, we are able to sort of predict and tell each customer as to when it will arrive. Even if there are delays in various sections, I mean, across lanes, across cities due to various issues, we are able to predict that. So the same thing goes to also the clients and the sellers and the warehouses. What we are able to tell them is what will be your return percentage. माने आपने supposing 100 apparel items भेजे हैं, तो how many of those apparel items will probably come back to you? So that you should be able to then plan your next inventory according to that. The same thing goes for the clients or the OEMs. So they have to decide as to what are the items which are going to sell in the next season or the next to next season. Based on the AI, overall the AI which we keep doing across the various items which we sort of deliver, we are able to tell people as to which particular pin codes, probably which type of items in which season, which month would go. It depends whether it's Diwali, whether it's basically based on all the seasonal and the festivals which we have. So based on that, it gives an idea to the manufacturer as to what he should really focus his attention on to be able to give to have minimum inventory. First of all, whatever he makes should sell so that he is able to get his money back and there's nothing lying across the whole. So this is just one part of the AI which we've done. There are lots of the other things which we've done, things like reverse pickup and things like that, where reverse pickup where you see you have to pick up something which is matching to the item which the client has sent it to you. Now how does a field executive who goes to pick it up at your house, even if it's a washing machine, how does he match the make, model number, color and all those things, and is able to then pick up only that item and not something else and send it back, because then it gets rejected. So for all that, we've instituted various AI models by which it will sort of not do the job of the decision making by the delivery boy, but it will assist him. See, it's more like a co-pilot assistant, whereby when a person is doing an activity, he is assisted by an AI model. And believe me or not, these AI models over time, what we've seen is they're becoming much better. The speed is becoming so much more. The kind of information which they are able to sort of pump in to help you out you see, if I have to just, if there's a particular item lying in my warehouse, even if I forget the AWB of it, a sticker has come out for some reason, so I take a picture of that, upload it into Gemini. Gemini will be able to tell me exactly which SSN code it is, how much it is, and which e-commerce platforms would be selling it at that price based on the MRP tag. So I don't have the airway bill, I've lost it. So now, based on that, it would then go into my system and then be able to detect as to what is the AWB number of this by a reverse engineering method based on the client and the details on the which comes out. Now, if the same task has to be done by an individual, it would be a very subjective, thing, and probably he would land up stickering the wrong way bill. So now, just imagine if you were supposed to get a yellow color Ralph Lauren shirt and you got a red color Ralph Lauren shirt, that is a problem. So
That happens with me all the time. I don't know why with women fashion there is everything you order. It's something. Just a very small example. I ordered a shirt with like blue stripes. It was blue stripes. Like visual was blue stripe. When you order something, you are likely to see visual before then the text. In the text, it was written a shirt with pink stripes. I ordered it. I was like, okay, today's the party. Let's wear it. And it's pink. It's not. And that is, I think that is where you're saying that a lot of technologies are coming into use. So, and one thing I really liked about this panel is that everybody not just gave a superficial answer in terms of what they are doing about AI, but they actually gave examples of what is happening on the ground and in which area they are implementing these technologies. So that is something I really enjoyed here. And I want to ask before I begin my rapid fire round. Does anybody have a question here for any panelist? Okay. So please identify yourself and the person you want to ask the question to.
My name is also Anil. My question is for Mr. Rao. Rao sir, if I may ask you first and then a question comes later. You were giving a number about the inventory capacity, that how many lakh tons? 1,64,000 metric tons. Sorry. So my question here is, what is the capacity utilization of the total CWC warehouses across India? 90%. 90%.
Industry standard is 80%, but we are way ahead. The reason behind is that whenever we are storing the food grain, especially for the FCI, the height of the stack has been increased from certain level to 4 more layer. So that's why the capacity has and occupancy has increased. It has been done keeping the augmentation of capacity which is required for the national food security. But otherwise, if I go away with the food warehousing, our average utilization is around 85%. So demands are quite huge, but there is a problem. At certain warehouses, like remote warehouses where certain commodities are stored, or where the catchment area required certain storage for a specific period, there the capacity utilization is less than 50%. So average is around 90%, non-food grain is around 85%, and sporadically at some places.
So give or take, your capacity today is about 2 lakh ton, give or take, ballpark. And over the last, so this organization is how old, sir?
70 years old.
So over the last about say 10 years, how much capacity has got augmented?
Last 10 years around 60 lakhs, 1,000 metric ton.
60 lakh? You said your total capacity is 2 lakh metric tons.
No, 60,000. 60,000, sorry, 60,000.
So virtually about close to about 30-35% has got added just in the last 10 years.
And we have land bank also, which is further planned for augmentation of the warehousing infrastructure.
CWC has the largest land bank, thanks to the government
After
initiative.
railway defense,
It has the largest land. So a lot of empty area would be available. I mean, if you are looking.
But he's saying it is 90% utilized.
No, 90%.
The constructed warehouse. The constructed warehouse.
90% inside the godown.
Inside the warehouse.
Yeah, that's capacity utilization.
But बाहर में इतना ज़मीन है.
ज़मीन का क्या करना है? But that said, sir, I had a very different. So I'm taking this. I'm taking this conversation away from AI and automation. My kind of pseudo suggestion question is, being a government-funded organization as part of the government itself, is there any correlation between CWC or any connection between CWC and NDMA for utilizing CWC warehouses in terms of national calamity or any such evident issues where NDMA can use the CWC warehouses for evacuation purposes, for migration purposes, for purposes of short-term rehabilitation or anything of that sort?
Can be explored.
Can be answered. Since I was a SP in Pondicherry many years back, I mean that is many years back. See, the police and the district magistrate always has powers to requisition just any building belonging to any government. Forget about it.
It has to.
It can requisition basis.
We comes under Essential Commodity Act. So the state government or central government cannot evacuate our premises because we are storing the food grain for the NFSA, National Food Security. So that is one part. But we have warehousing capacity available, and based on the demand also we hire. Actually, we are the aggregator also for the warehousing infrastructure. It is not that all 953 warehouses are owned by CWC. Around 30% are hired from the market based on the seasonality, based on the requirement. So if you have some requirement, we will provide you either through our own warehouses or through the hired warehouses. But we have ample space available.
So we are running out of time. Please keep your question short.
I'll try to do that. Since you are food security, maintaining food security for the country, and the crops arrive at one time in the year. If wheat is there, you have to store it throughout the year. If rice is there, you have to store almost for 10-12 months. So
the average.
What I am asking, there will be demand for storage at the time of the crop or harvesting period. So that will be very huge, and gradually consumption you will go on giving. So it's a very significant problem for the OR, operational research, I would say, and any kind of the AI-assisted management. So how do you take care of that? I wanted to understand from the problem point of view.
See, one part
you have a huge stock requirement at the harvesting time. So you have to store. And that's how the utilization and all the things will go on changing. Not a simple problem.
It is not a simple problem. See, the agri-produce usually comes to the mandi. Mostly it comes to the mandi. And from mandi, either it will goes to the rice miller or it will directly come to CWC warehouses or FCI warehouses or state government warehouses. So, we know based on our 70 years of experience, what is the inflow. We also judge the crop production, climatic conditions, and all other forecasting parameters based on which we make our planning, storage planning, and resource planning also at the warehouse level. As far as delivery of those food grain to the public distribution center is concerned, it is a well thought of process. It is already well connected. There is a national public distribution system, AI-enabled system, which is being already implemented by Department of Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. and we are part of it. So it is complete supply chain which is available, and those are being integrated with other stakeholders. Like, smart public distribution system is integrated with FCI, CWC, and state government warehouses. So all these are interconnected. Online we are getting the indent. Online we are supplying those material. The transportation is also through the transport management system. The management of food grain is through the warehouse management system. And internal automation also help in planning the resources. But of course your question is quite valid. It is a complex, cumbersome, requires...
With just one small point in this. I think you must be in tandem with Food Corporation of India, because procurement and all that assured price and all that stuff, the government must be doing the procurement.
No, FCI does only 2% of
Mandi affair may not be linked all the time.
No, see, FCI does only 2% of the total procurement. The state civil supply organizations of all the states and few other organizations have been a nodal agency for the government of India to procure the food grain from the farmer at the mandi or at the farm gate. So FCI, SWC, state civil supply are part of bigger ecosystem, which
in
is...
the interest of time I have to restrain.
No, sir. Whoever has any question, please ask those questions whenever the panelists are free from here or during the lunch time. I'll just quickly do the rapid fire round because I'm very excited for it. Nitin, I'll start with you. We'll keep it snappy. Here's the mic. Okay. And we'll be quick. Okay. One job that exists today but will become more important in the AI-driven supply chains.
That'll become more important.
Yeah. Quick.
Carpenter. There is no job which will become more important. I think people have to upskill themselves to make them relevant in this AI world.
Okay. Vinny, to you. One job that will be freshly created that did not exist before.
HR for AI, sorry.
So basically, I was going to say prompt engineering. So, so if prompt engineering, your HR, like he said, whether you groom your people internally who have the context with the technical bent of mind, or you bring in talent from outside. So prompt engineering. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, to you, one logistics job that will disappear because of AI.
Okay, lots of things in logistics will disappear. Customer communication team, a large amount of back office teams which was there, a large amount of back office teams which used to do PODs and proof of delivery, reconciliation, client reconciliation, consignee reconciliation, all that will vanish off.
Wow, sir. That fireside answer became very long. Sir, to you, biggest overhyped claim about AI in logistics?
It is misconception and misunderstood by the industry that automation, workflow, digitization is AI. It is not AI.
That is true, I agree. Thank you everybody for listening in, and thank you all my panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and panel members for such an engaging session. I would now request Ms. Kanika Goswami, Joint Secretary, PHDCCI, and Ms. Yogita Chawla, Assistant Secretary, PHDCCI, to kindly extend gratitude for such an engaging session. I would request our moderator, Ms. Odisha Shrivastava, to kindly accept a token of gratitude for her contributions today. Can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator? I would also request Mr. Anil Manik Rao, sir, to kindly come forward and accept a token of gratitude and appreciation for his contributions today. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Anil Manik Rao? I also request Dr. Firoz Zia Hussain to kindly come forward. Okay. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir and his team? I request Dr. Firozia Hussain to kindly come forward and accept our token of gratitude for his contributions today. I also request Mr. Vineet Krishna Sachdev to kindly accept our token of gratitude for the contributions today that he has made. Mr. Vineet Krishna Sachdev. I also request Mr. Nitin Jain to kindly accept a token of appreciation for his contributions today at the event. Thank you so much. Can we please request all the members to come together for a group photograph? All the panel members and our moderator to kindly join in for a group photograph. We now transition to an engaging fireside chat on smart and sustainable women leading AI-driven circular supply chains and e-commerce. To moderate this session, we have Ms. Pushpita De, Special Correspondent at the New Indian Express, an alumna of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Ms. Day has been extensively covering the economy and public policy with a strong focus on commerce, industry, and international trade. Through her work, she has developed a deep understanding of how global economic trends and policy frameworks impact India's business landscape. With her expertise and insights, she brings valuable depth to today's discussion on the evolving landscape of e-commerce and sustainable supply chains. Please put your hands together and invite Ms. Pushpita De. I would like to request and invite Ms. Rashmi Chopra, founder, DigiCloset and Rarity Beauty, up on the stage, please. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ms. Rashmi Chopra? I would also like to request Mr. Yogesh Kumar, founder, Even Cargo, to please join in. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Yogesh Kumar? I request all the members to kindly be seated as we begin the session. I request all the members to kindly take their respective seats as we begin the session.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you, Yogesh, for joining us. And since morning, there has been a lot of discussions around AI and how AI is helping the e-commerce in India, how it's... And so the next session is about the supply chain disruption and how AI could help the supply chain. And we all know, because the recent buzzword in the town has been supply chain disruption for what we are going through in the last few weeks or more, and even if I could say for the last few months to be precise. So I would start with Yogesh. So we have seen like what we are going through in supply chain and the kind of challenges we have faced. So if you could just tell us what has been the immediate impact on the logistics side, and how do you think AI could help us navigate through it in terms of understanding the challenges that could come up and to get ourselves prepared for the same?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think first of all, AI in itself is a disruption. So when we talk about AI, we are talking about, I mean, obviously the last panel has shed a lot of light on how AI has disrupted last mile logistics. Delivery person was there. Delivery is one of the clients that we also cater to. Multiple level of disruption has happened. I'm talking about just the last mile stuff because that's where we operate. One is obviously route optimization. So a few years back, you would see these organizations manually deciding who would go where. Now majority of the work has been assigned by technology, if not AI, technology per se, to make sure that the route is optimized in a manner that could reduce the fuel cost by 10 to 18% on an average. Second one is workforce allocation. So like the current crisis that is going on, every organization would want to bring down their fixed cost. And they invariably turn towards flexible workforce option. So in past 2 months, the flexible workforce demand has gone up by almost 20% in all e-commerce verticals that we have been working with. And last, I believe the last panel has also kind of shared some thoughts on was demand forecasting. That bases your purchase pattern. A lot of these organizations are able to forecast demand and hence able to hold the inventory which is more frequently purchased by customers. Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Rashmi, now I'll come to you because the theme also talks about sustainability, AI and sustainability in the e-commerce domain. If I talk about the beauty and the fashion industry, so how do you see the role of AI in creating this circular supply chain, particularly for the industry you have been associated with for so long?
Thank you. So I guess beauty and fashion have been very early adopters of AI. Like even during COVID, you've seen fashion shows which have been virtual fashion shows. So when you talk about AI, beauty and fashion are one of the very, very early adopters. Happy to say that. And in supply chain, I see AI being used for demand forecasting, inventory optimization. You see brands like so we have talked about fast fashion. Now Shein is like ultra fast fashion. So from design to delivery, they take only 7 to 10 days. Now how do they manage that? They manage that through AI. They are doing all kind of demand forecasting, precision. AI leads to more of precision forecasting, I would say that. And supply chain definitely is, AI is being a big disruptor in supply chain. Then we talk about recycling, reuse also. That's like sustainable part of it. You have H&M Foundation, who are actually doing text. They have created a AI format where they are actually identifying the textiles, which textiles are from where, the traceability, and whether these textiles are recyclable. So when you see the labels of H&M, you see that made from recycled fabric. So AI is going to that depth. And when you talk about upcycling and resale, AI is again, used for identification of products which are second-hand products. And they are to the extent even pricing and grading them. So fashion has gone so deep in the supply chain with using AI that I guess it's used from the design to the delivery. So fashion and beauty are most of the brands, H&M, Zara, Mango, Uniqlo are using RFIDs tracking. So I see AI being very, very inclusive in fashion and beauty.
So all the examples you took, like Shein, H&M, Zara, none of them are Indian brands per se. And you mentioned about like how Shein is using AI right from the design to the delivery,
yes,
happening within 7 to 10
ultra
days.
fashion, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
How do you see the implementation for the Indian brands? Like, are we at par, or are we even near to be at par with them, or where are we lacking that we are not able to do that?
Well, the supply chain is managed in India, so the adoption is there in India with the logistics and supply chain. Brands are gradually, the new brands, I think even Bewakoof, for that matter, has been using a lot of innovation now. Obviously, it's been, I think Aditya Birla it's part of Aditya Birla. They are using AI. A lot of Indian brands are using AI. Myntra, for that matter, is using AI for, consumer behaviors in when they are wish lists. So everything AI manages and sees where the consumer behavior is. So Myntra is doing that. We have a lot of Indian brands and aggregators who are using AI.
But again, if you think of Aditya Birla Group, that's a huge corporate. But when we think of apparels and textiles, we have a lot of MSMEs involved, and even from the export perspective. So do you have any suggestion, or how do you think like the smaller players can adopt more AI as a part of their business?
Yeah, so smaller players, obviously, I would say AI has been a great enablers to SMEs. Now, when we talk about digital marketing, when we talk about creatives, now you don't no longer need, like you have Sora, unfortunately Sora just closed down. You have a lot of AI-enabled digital marketing platforms. You don't need even a product shoot. You can just click a product on your phone and create an AI image of it. So for SMEs, AI has been a great enabler for digital marketing, for product, customer behavior analysis. So there are many tools which today SME are using to, even manufacture. They know what to manufacture, and in fact, SMEs are going more hyper-personalized now. So they are reaching the customers and they know what the customer wants, and they are making small batches now. So unlike big brands who make huge batches and they are, have a problem of overproduction and overstocks, SMEs are actually going closer to the customer through AI, understanding the customer behavior and running small batches, which is a great thing.
Talking about SMEs, we also know a large part of the SMEs is the women workforce. So my next question will be to you, Yogesh, because you run a company which is predominantly by the women workforces, and specifically for a domain which has been quite male dominated, if we could see, because we don't see a lot of delivery partner, like female delivery partner in India till date, and you run a company which trains women to be the delivery partner and the last mile delivery. So how do you see like women being a part of this whole ecosystem, and what according to you has been the challenge for women workforce to be a part of this delivery system?
Multiple challenges. When we started in 2016, the word delivery was very much synonymous with boy. So we just say delivery boy. So perhaps making women believe, the company believe, and the families believe that women can actually deliver was the biggest challenge. So we started in 2016 in Delhi with a very, very small number. And over the period of time, I think one of the biggest enabler was also media. So we have been covered extensively in media, and that has helped us to make a case for women. Then we have worked on making sure that we have tangible data to prove that women make good delivery associates, as good as their male counterparts, and at times even better than their male counterparts. So that is something that we have done. Just to give you a data point, stations where women are employed, losses due to accidental damage and theft came down by over 18%. So this clearly translates into monetary gain for the organization for whom we are delivering. But talking about the challenges part, first was obviously the social norm, second was the mobility. Not enough women are mobile. Women who are mobile would not want to take up this job. Women who want to take up this job are not mobile. So moving forward, we will be completing 10 years in May, and after that we will totally be focusing on making sure that women in India are mobile so that they can become the part of the gig economy. Last was there was no dedicated or thought through policy for gig workers at large, not even just women, even men. So we have engaged with the Ministry of Labour and Employment, and we have given our recommendation for their platform economy bill, which came up recently, and we have been part of the many delegations that have happened with the minister and the secretary. And now we have a bill wherein the social security of the gig workers has been taken care of. That again gives a lot of assurance to these companies, these workers, that they will be taken care of. But there are many things that still needs to be addressed, but these were the major challenges that we faced.
So I believe that your company also does a lot of training programs for the women to help them adapt to the system and to like equip them. So if you could just walk past through like what have you observed the kind of mind blocks they have, or what are the major challenges do you think they face? You pointed out like for the area where women has been delivering, the accidental and the theft challenges have come down, but what are the challenges the women partners are facing?
Multiple challenges, but again it will boil down to the attitudinal and the social norm issue, because we are operational in say Ajmer, and even if you go to open a new station, the first question even today is क्या हम लड़कियां कर पाएंगी? So that's the first question. So unless you have those biases there in your being, it's very difficult to overcome. But then once they are into the job, the idea is also to make sure that they stay there for a longer time, because the system was not designed to keep women into this job role. When we started in 2017, we started in 2016, 2017 we started catering to big organizations like Amazon, Flipkart and Delivery. The first station that we are trying to set up in Malviya Nagar, which is very close from here, the station did not even have a washroom 10 years back. So nobody ever thought that women would actually come and work in this space. So I think those were the basic gender, infrastructural and policy challenges that needed to be addressed, which we were able to address in some way, but still there's a long way to go.
You also spoke about, and this question is for both of you, so you also spoke about we don't have dedicated policy. Not only if you think about the labor policy, but even in these days we have a lot of conversation around the AI and how we can use AI, because people are reaching out to the IT ministry and at the same time labor ministry. So two ministries have to work hand in hand. So if I could ask both of you, I'll come to Rashmi first, because if you think of AI implementation, what do you think the policy gap lies, or where do we need to work on the same?
Yeah, I think we are working now, as we talk about AI, we are working a lot on responsible AI. And we need standardization in AI, because AI is just like a buzzword, but what really is happening in AI, there has to be a standardization, some SOPs, as to what is responsible AI, I must say, not just AI. Because right now it's just like a greenwashing, आप कर रहे हो, AI डाल रहे हो, but really are you doing it, and is it a responsible AI? Because a lot of norms, like EU has a lot of norms. India still is working on a standardization, a policy for responsible AI. I think that really needs to be worked on. And also I would say that as far as I think government is doing a lot, we had the India AI Summit, which was a huge success, and we see globally it got a great traction, and a lot has been achieved in that summit. And going forward, I think we are working on AI in a very responsible manner, but we need some sort of policies, some sort of standardization, in that area.
Same question to you, like what are the policy gaps you feel?
So we look at it more from the inclusion angle when it comes to AI, and AI unfortunately point blank is super biased, because the algorithm on which AI is being trained right now are biased. So there's a lot of reassessment which needs to be done, which the government is trying to do, other policy tanks including Google is trying to do. The one that Rashmi has pointed out, GDPR, the norms that Europe follows, is much more stringent. So we do not even have a policy. We recently got the IT Act, which includes AI, use of AI and ethical use of AI. But again, the problem, like for us who are in the workforce development, there are two ways to look at it. One is manufacturer, where perhaps Rashmi would lie, as in women who are buying stuff, women who would want to use certain kind of clothes, apparels, accessories. And then there's the workforce part, people who are actually delivering on ground. So majority of the data which is being used right now is coming from male delivery associates, because women at this point in time doesn't even constitute 1% of the total delivery workforce. So you can imagine if the data which is being fed is largely gender biased, the result that you would get would not be fair. From that perspective, I think lot of thought has to be given in understanding what data are we using to train our AI systems right now. Because once the biases creep in, it will be very difficult to neutralize it later on.
And you spoke about GDPR, and we also saw we have a free trade agreement with the European Union. But some of the major blockage during that time was actually the sustainability issues, IT Act, and also the labor law, if I could say. The reason India and EU was stuck and it took so long. And this brings me to my next question actually. When we think of sustainability, be it in terms of the supply chain mechanism or in the apparel industry, Rashmi, I'll come to you. How do you see sustainability? Because when we think of Europe, thrifting is a very like go-to concept. Like people are very aware of thrifting, but do you really see that kind of sustainable measures even at the mass level, or thrifting still growing as a concept in India?
So thrifting is very big in US, I must say, not in Europe. US is thrifting is like great, you know, it's like value for money and all. So in India, you know, I think we are still at an inflection point where they know what thrifting is, but there's a little hesitation कि हम second hand क्यों पहने. Obviously culturally, you know, we are not taught to wear second hands. But with AI, you know, there is a lot of, you can actually identify great second hand. So right now we call it thrift or a second hand. It's actually smart consumption. So the Gen Zs are very happy to do this smart consumption. They're happy to buy, they're happy to rent also, you know, which is again takes you to circularity. Now when you talk about seconds, you know, even at the industry factory level, AI can segregate. When the returns happen, AI actually segregates. There is a whole quality, you know, check. There is a gradation to the seconds, you know, whether it's a first grade second or a second grade second, and even the pricing is identified through AI. So AI, I must say, is also helping us great. But I think with India, it's more of a trust issue. Like, you know, with if you talk about this generation, no. But when you talk about Gen Zs, they are very happy thrifting. Only thing is they need to be sure. They also very very conscious on the traceability. You know, ये fabric कहाँ से बना है, ये yarn, ये textiles, is it consciously sourced, responsibility, the factories have been, you know, so they are very very responsible and conscious when they shop. So if it's a seconds, they are happy to wear it. They are happy to wear. If you find it's great value for money, because of the ultra fast fashion, they will wear it maybe for once or twice, and then again it goes into the recycle aspect. So thrifting is coming up, and Gen Zs are really taking it seriously, and we see a lot of brands which are working on this you know, recycle, resale market, and upselling, I would say, and even renting. So yeah, it's becoming, it's a matter of time, it will be there, yeah.
So when we think of recycling and reuse, even brands are taking initiatives for that. We have seen
H&M is already doing it, yeah.
And here comes the role of reverse logistic, if I could say, right? So when you think of reverse logistic, how advanced is it in India, or where do you think we need to work on for better reverse logistic in India?
So the point that Rashmi was alluding to, which is that AI is being deployed to do the identification of a particular product which needs to be returned, as in what condition the product rightly is. But I would say it's at a very nascent stage. Still you are human dependent in a lot of ways, checking the tag and all those things. And majority of these products which are procured through reverse logistics end up in landfill. So majority of the time they're not being reused, or they go for liquidation. So that has been a biggest problem, that if converted into an opportunity could lead to a good thrifting opportunity. I've been in US, I've seen it's a big market out there. People are very bullish on using used product because they feel that value is more important than anything else. The second part, I believe that the cost of reverse logistics still doesn't match the cost of of redoing the product or perhaps making it reusable. So the cost of procuring new one is still cheaper than doing the reverse logistic, including the cost of keeping that product, then dismantling or perhaps sending that product to second-hand vendors. So I think that cost benefit analysis still not being understood properly in the reverse logistics space. So the cost still is far higher than, say, otherwise what it should be. And last we have done reverse logistics for a company called Flyrope, which used to rent products. Largely it's into wedding garments and all those things. So you can rent wedding suits and then you can return it. So that's what we used to do. And that did quite well. I'm talking about 2016 when we started. They have now big showrooms where they are kind of, doing the business from their showroom only. But yeah, reverse logistics has its own share of challenges, like I mentioned.
So when you say that it's easier to actually, instead of procuring, it's easier to make a new item, right?
Yeah.
Do you think quality also comes into the play? Because the kind of product we manufacture here, when we think of refurbishing it, it becomes huge. So do you think quality aspect needs to be taken care of in that matter? I will ask both of you on this, and particularly from the manufacturing side, if you could tell me more about it.
So when you're talking about reuse or recycle or upcycle, it's not only, I would say, the garment, if it is upcycled or recycled, it actually it doesn't mean that, it will be the same piece. Now, what is happening is it is converted into a lot of accessories now. A lot of bags are being made out of that. So that's called restyling. So that aspect is also there. And when you talk about pricing, I think when you restyle it, restyling has been a major point here, is whenever there's a return, obviously there is work on that garment and the pricing will obviously be less. Thrifting, that's the whole concept of thrifting, is that it's value for money. But the other part is happening is a lot of it is going like H&M scrap goes to a lot of NGOs where they are making, they are making a lot of accessories out of that. So H&M is actually being very circular about it. The products which are like really into a bad shape, they all go into with the NGOs and they are making accessories out of it. They are using those bags and accessories, and then they even buy back from them. So that's like a whole circular cycle. So when you talk about value could be of restyling, could be of recycling or upcycling. So that's how the whole circularity is working.
So Yogesh, you pointed out how a lot of these products ended up in like not being used, like in filth and stuff, like they are not being used by the companies. So can we anyway in India use AI or any other model to understand the consumer behavior and if there is a problem of overproduction? Because we often see, even in fast fashion particularly, overproduction has been a challenge. So how do you see that could be addressed for the Indian context?
So I think AI is placing, we are talking about AI in the same, like when we are doing demand forecasting, even at stores there are RFID trackers, like I think Uniqlo is using that, where when the customer, how many times the customer is picking up, buying that. So they understand the trends and forecast. So it's majorly being used by all major brands right now, demand forecasting, and hence production only. And also I would say, I think in logistics there is something called nearshoring, close to the store. I think that also helps a lot, because the production cycles have become so short now. Like I told you, from design to delivery is like 7 days or 10 days. You need nearshoring, to provide to the customer exactly, and hence reduce returns and reduce overproduction. So AI in demand forecasting is definitely being used with most of the major, I must say, fashion brands. I don't know about the other industries.
As you rightly pointed out, like reducing the returns, and returns has been a challenge for the logistic team as well. So I want to understand from you, and you spoke about like in terms of like wedding gowns have been rented out and reverse logistic. In reverse logistic, you only spoke about the apparel sector, like wedding gowns. Apart from apparels, do you see any other products which can be a part of this reverse logistic, and also how challenging it is for the delivery partners or for the entire system when it comes to returns in India? Because we see a lot of consumer behavior which is also not up to the mark, or not acceptable, if we could say, in terms of the return pattern.
I think India is globally the world leader when it comes to return in garment industry. It's north of 20%, to the best of my understanding, last time I checked. So we return a lot of stuff, and a lot of these organizations are doing or rather using AI in understanding consumer behavior to understand how you're returning, when you're returning, how often you're returning, and that would translate into customer rating as well, which would define what products can be delivered to you, what cannot be delivered, how much can you return, how policies would then be made dynamic basis the person who is using it in terms of return. So I'll talk from the logistics perspective. For us, it doesn't matter what the product is. We just have to pick one product, put it back to the warehouse. That's what we do. The problem here is that the delivery company usually is not the same company which does the return. So the delivery company and the return company do not have anything in common to communicate on. So if that becomes more accessible, as in if one company is only kind of dealing with all of those things, and there are many challenges which needs to be addressed to make sure that that happens, but that doesn't allow the circularity to take place, and that increases the cost because you don't know where you have, and like the use of classic case of AI use is to make sure that we have address standardization in India. So more than 40% of the addresses in India are still not standardized. So we need AI, geo-tagging and all those stuff to understand where we need to deliver. So a lot of time using your location to understand your delivery place has helped these companies big time. So I think the company which is delivering and the company which is doing reverse logistics, if they have some communication, we could do a little better, but I do not have any data or evidence to back that. This is just an assumption.
Since we are talking about the circular supply chain, and as you rightly pointed out, there are a lot of challenges in terms of circularity, which is because of the communication gap between the one who is doing the reverse logistics and the one who is delivering. If you could just highlight a few points, where do you think the main challenges lie in terms of attaining those circular supply chain? Apart from the communication gap, of course, between the
not the communication gap, but allocation of work. Because it differs from organization to organization. I think one of the biggest costs that the companies envy, or perhaps the companies are more worried about, is the cost of storing that particular material. Because it takes a lot of resources to make sure that particular product is stored there. Now where would this product go? Whether it would go to repackaging, packaging, whether it would again be liquidated. So I think all those challenges are not being addressed right now in its current form. Right now majority of these organizations which are doing e-commerce, which are in logistics space, are startups. And they're looking for valuation. They're looking for the next big deal. So a lot of these things are being taken care of, the funding which is being pumped in right now. So every organization is more concerned about their CAC and less concerned about these costs. And that's how it's being done for the past 10 years or so. I'm not sure how much AI has disrupted this, but this is here to stay for some time unless we start looking at the bottom line as much as we prefer the top line. Yeah.
I want to just add two things. One is about reducing returns, as you said. So we have now, I don't know about, about virtual try-ons and AI sizing mirrors, where, so we have DigiCloset as one of our products, AI product, where what we do is based on certain parameters. It's a very hyper-personalized, product, where a person, when they put certain parameters of theirs, gender, body type and all, it automatically generates the best combinations for them based on color and their sizes. So it's a very, very hyper personalized, and it also tells you from which stores offline to buy, and also it shows you virtually how you will look in those combinations. So once they are happy with the combinations they look on virtually, they will buy the product, hence thereby reducing the returns, because it is a personalized recommendation for them, and they can also see how they are looking. And also AI sizing is in place. So that is part of the returns, which is coming in a big way. You see virtual mirrors also now in stores are coming up. even online, AI sizing is happening. When you just on the mirror, smart mirrors, you stand, it'll tell about your size. So you buy the right size. You don't end up shopping for the wrong sizes, hence the reduction in returns. And when you're talking about, about the supply chain, and you're saying someone else is picking up and the other one is taking the returns, EU has a concept which is called the digital passports. So where straight right from the source till the end, everything is digitally mapped. So I think that is something which India is working on the digital passport of every product. I think that will greatly solve this problem as well.
I'll open the floor for the audience for question, but one just last question before we wrap up. So, one harsh truth which you think women need to keep in mind before coming to the system of logistics and becoming a delivery partner. And I have the same question for you, that one reality check founders should have before they come into the domain. Question for both of you.
I think the policies and the infrastructure needs to be in place for them to thrive and retain in this particular system.
No, but one reality check before, suppose a woman wants to come, become a delivery partner. So one thing, she should be well prepared and not expecting something from the system. So one reality check one should have before coming into it. Apart from policy, what needs to be done, that's different.
Then you need to fight for your right. It's not going to be given you in a platter. I mean, the work is, the world out there is perhaps not as supportive as you think it is.
From the founder's perspective, if I may ask.
From founders, I think AI, people think that AI is a business model in itself. If you don't have a strong business model, if you don't have your right unit economics, AI will not help. AI is just helping you support processes, giving you indications. But if you say कि AI मेरा business चला देगा या AI मेरा business model है, no. So that's the harsh truth for women and for all founders. Like, you have to have a very strong business model. You have to have profitability. You have to have unit economics in place. AI can support. It's a tool. It's not an end. That's what I can say.
We can open the floor. Yeah.
So much. I hope I'm very audible. Can you open this? So, it's quite tightly sealed. So, what I'd like to know, because as you said now, because of this evolution of this e-commerce and digital marketing and everything is on web now, is it not making the Gen Z quite brand conscious these days? Like, nowadays, they just don't shop or they don't buy anything from the local market, which is affecting the local retailers a lot. They just prefer buying something which is like from the malls only, the foreign brands only. Either they don't buy or they just buy the foreign brands only. And it is being surveyed that almost like more than 50% of their whatever they earn, they spend on themselves, on their apparels and on their looks and accessories and everything. But in reality, all our money is actually going to the foreign market only. And our Indian local market, the retailers are badly getting affected because of this. So what's your take on this? Shouldn't they diversify? Shouldn't we encourage the local marketers, the retailers also, that they should also come at the same level? Or should we promote the local brands in the foreign markets also, so that the Indian, the NRIs who are there, they can also buy the same products, the Indian products there. So I think that should be encouraged rather than just bringing the foreign sellers here and making the Gen Zs, the young generation, so brand conscious that they just prefer buying and wearing the local brands. So what's your take?
So I think it's all about brand positioning, so how these foreign brands have been positioning it to the Gen Zs. But I would say, with Instagram and Facebook access to even the SMEs, a lot of, the Gen Zs are very experimental now. If you say about brand, consciousness, or you say that they have any brand, what do you call that? That suppose at our age, we are like, I want this only, if I want something for my makeup. But in fact, Gen Zs are very, very experimental now. They get very influenced by what is selling on Instagram as well. So for SMEs, to promote, there are some brands who are running businesses only through Instagram. They don't have a website, they are not on e-com. So it's all about influencer marketing. And I think brands, like small brands, can really take advantage of that, because the Gen Zs are all on Snapchats and Instagram all the time. So all these social media platforms are a great selling point for small brands in India. And I see a lot of Gen Zs are very, very experimental, and they want to try on new things. They are obviously in awe of those big brands, but I think it's changing now. They are looking, and also they are very conscious ki kahan se kharida. They don't want to buy leather because it's like PETA and the animal things. So Gen Zs again are very, very conscious on where the product or where the fabric or the garment is being made, what is being, and can that be recycled, upcycled. So there's a whole shift with Gen Zs, I see. They are not that, they are experimental, they are into thrifting, they are into, and with social media and AI, the SME brands can really do very, very well and position themselves to the right markets.
I'm Rakesh Mehrotra. I have a very mundane kind of question. Since you are talking about the returns, whether we use AI, that's an additional point. But has some analysis been done for the reasons for the return? I presume, as a general customer or buyer, that misrepresentation of the products often leads to returns. So I think more than anything else, which is more detailed, this should be very much there. Basic point that minimum misrepresentation or clarity about the product. A person should have no confusion, at least you cannot define a consumer to be everyone to be same, but a average understanding level customer should be able to figure out what he is going to get to reduce the rejects.
Right. I agree, because it's a responsibility both ways.
My question is, since many of these things are possible, the analytics are easier these days with the AI and tools. Has this analytics been worked out? Because it may be heavy cost. As he said, returns is a very big cost, and direct cost will be the logistics cost. Afterwards, what to do with that will be another cost, and how to resell it again may become difficult. You may start thinking that it is a substandard product, or that I do not know, but a whole series of things will happen post-return. So is there anything which is the first step, that the product, the analytics about why the returns are happening?
So there are many reasons returns are happening. One, when you talk about the brand point of view, obviously it's also the quality. If it's not up to the mark in terms of quality, that is very basic one. But when you talk about the consumer point of view, why consumers are returning is mostly about the fits. It's like when you buy online, it's not fitting well, it's not looking well, it's not what actually the picture was, and when it comes, it's not the same. And when they wear it, it's not looking as great on them. So to break all this, I would say that when I talk about virtual sizing, that's how AI is in play. If you're in front, you will get to know you'll get the exact size. When you talk about how it is looking on you, or is it meant for you, is about hyper personalization again. So what happens is, analytics are there in Amazon everywhere. When you put a wish list, it's again analyzed. Okay, the person had liked this thing, so they will prompt, they will keep on prompting, okay, something interesting has come into this space. So up WhatsApp, and even when you open a site, so it comes back to you because AI is analyzing your viewing history, your purchase history, your likes and your dislikes. So AI, and then AI coming up with solutions for you so that you buy that and returns can be reduced. So a lot is being worked on analytics part. When you talk about broader sense, obviously brands also have a responsibility on supplying or putting up that image and supplying the exact thing, rather than, you know, dikhaya kuch aur jab product aaya it's something else. So there is a responsibility both ways.
I just want to add a little bit, now spending more time. Time to lagega, zyada nahi. One, that are you figuring out that some people do as whimsical behavior? Because that is very important, that more than anything else it is whims and fancy. Some person thinks that I can return it, it doesn't cost me anything, I will return. So it's a whims and fancy. Often, maybe, I mean, I think that needs to be evaluated, that how many people, customers do that by whims.
Yeah, I understand that, because a lot of models.
For the marketer and for the seller,
I understand that. I agree. That's a fact.
part.
That's a fact, and I agree. A lot of influencers today, sir, are wearing, clicking photos and sending the returns. So there is no blacklisting of customers. There is no kind of, you know, thing that this person is actually buying and returning. So there is nothing called, because customer is the king, I must say. So wo jab tak some penalty or something, I don't know how the brands feel like. I understand. Yes, it is happening. It is happening sadly, but no one is being penalized for this.
I think we can take the other questions of the stage if there are some discussions. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us, and I hope it was a really insightful conversation for the audience too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was indeed a fruitful conversation. I would now request Ms. Yogita Chawla to kindly felicitate our moderators and our panel members. I would request Ms. Pushpita De to kindly accept our token of gratitude. Thank you for your valuable contribution today, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause? I would also like to request Ms. Rashmi Chopra to kindly accept our token of gratitude for her contributions today at the event. I also request Mr. Yogesh Kumar to kindly accept our token of gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your valuable contributions today. Moving forward, we are going to enter into the session 2, Green and Sustainable Supply Chains. As sustainability becomes central to logistics, we move to our session which talks about that. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Mr. Anil Syal, President Safe Express Limited. With over 25 years of rich experience in the logistics industry, Mr. Syal has built deep expertise in managing complex and large-scale supply chains, particularly in the retail and apparel sectors. Known for his strong operational acumen and strategic leadership, he has played a key role in driving innovation and efficiency within Safe Express, one of India's leading logistics organizations. We welcome our moderator. I would also like to invite our panel members for this session, Mr. Manoj Adlaka, logistics entrepreneur and author, Bridging Compliance and Technology. I also invite Dr. Uday Narang, Chairman, Anglian Omega Group with global leadership experience. Mr. Pramod Rajendran, expert in the sustainable freight and national logistics policy. Ms. Viral Joshi, specialist in EV transition and low carbon transport systems and terrain. I invite you all the panel members. Can we have a huge round of applause? Over to our moderator now. Thank you.
I think on behalf of the earlier panels, I must apologize, we are slightly behind schedule. I'm going to have to cut down on some time so that you guys can have proper lunch and then restart this second half of the day somewhat better. I'm going to dive straight in. I'll leave the introductions for you to read. I think some of that has already got done. Our panel is not going to talk about AI that much. We are going to talk about something far more critical, far more current, trying to discuss about green supply chains, how to green supply chains, how to try and reduce carbon footprint, carbon emissions accounting and such. I'm going to start with something which would possibly, I'm sure, a fundamentally critical management principle is, if you'd like to manage something, you better start measuring it first. So if you're going to measure carbon emissions, I think there's no better person than Pramod who can kind of start with this chat. I'd like to understand, Pramod, from you, or rather help me build this this case for emission accounting, measurement, and such, so that we can, we kind of build this discussion from there on. How does an organization build me a case for how does one start measuring and managing carbon emissions in a supply chain?
Absolutely, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this panel. I thank PHDCCI. A very pointed question, and also the starting point for this conversation. India finds itself, at the cusp of e-commerce boom, right? We have been seeing the trends. It is not just anymore about, when and how it reached. It is more about, time criticality and sensitivity, which the consumers have also been looking forward to, and moving the needle on that. There are multiple aspects while we grow the e-commerce growth, because we are talking, specifically on that point. We should not be, looking at it being emissions locked. The growth should not be emissions locked. What we intend to, in fact, take actions upon today will ensure in cutting down on tons of CO2 emissions tomorrow. We at Smart Freight Center are a not-for-profit organization based out of Netherlands, and are working on the standards for emissions accounting. What we call as the Global Logistics Emission Council has been recognized as ISO 14083, which looks into emissions accounting framework for all modes of transport. And the intent is that you can have an apple-to-apple comparison across modes and subsequently across geographies. We are talking about carbon border, adjustment mechanisms, etc., which will subsequently come into the ambit of a standardized emissions accounting.
Pramod, I want to ask you, while of course there is one case for measuring carbon emissions and all, e-commerce, if I kind of relate to the current context of e-commerce, so e-commerce is adopting EVs, both in two-wheelers and three-wheelers, especially for the last mile, and even if I was to extend this discussion to hyper-local deliveries and all, EVs have been kind of the go-to measure. How is this in any manner cost effective to work, or is this a case just about just about doing the right thing in terms of emission, or is there a cost element attached to it which can make a case?
No, absolutely. Logistics business comes first, and certainly the cost parity with EVs has long been achieved, at least in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler segment. Not, we are working towards achieving that in the medium and heavy-duty segment as well. But today, the growth or the adoption factor which you see, and the vehicles included or registered are close to 56 lakh EVs across all modes, is what I'm saying, with specific spike in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And yes, certainly the case has already been made with more, logistics service providers for these e-commerce platforms, transitioning to EVs.
Coming to the same point, of course, to you, Dr. Uday, if I kind of circle back, give or take about 10 years, greening logistics, if I was to kind of possibly use this verb differently, greening logistics was somewhat costly, or rather it was conventionally considered to be, somewhat more costlier than a normal, conventional, way of operating logistics. So is that impression changing, or is there any ground reality to, or is that perception in any manner changing? Is there any ground reality to its cost effectiveness making a business case so that, of course, it can explode throughout the economy?
Well, first of all, thank you. Great to be here at PHDCCI. Some great work being done here. I'm a frequent visitor here, so great to see what's going on. Listen, I've been working on the front lines of green energy and sustainability now for quite some time, not just in India but globally. First thing that matters in India specifically, किसी को environmental का फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सिर्फ देखिए मैं बड़ी straight बात करूँगा, आप लोगों को अच्छा लगे या बुरा लगे, सब logistic player और जो ये दिखाते हैं, and some of these companies are using our vehicles at OSM and others, they talk about green energy and sustainability, उनको सिर्फ अपना TCO model फर्क पड़ता है. ₹1, I give an example. I worked 4 years in the Middle East, in Dubai, and put the vehicles with all the top players. उसमें सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ हुआ जो उनके ESI जो क्रेडिट्स थे उनको मिल गए, लेकिन आखिर में उन्होंने आके यही पूछा मेरी सेविंग क्या है, right? And so I'm coming back to your question, but what really matters to Zomato or everybody else is मेरी सेविंग क्या हो रही है. ग्रीन एनर्जी के लिए वो एक पैसा भी ज़्यादा नहीं देंगे, बल्कि वो कहेंगे EV है तो मेरी सेविंग होनी चाहिए. And this is a fact, right? And so coming back to you, obviously over the last 10 years, it's always a chicken and an egg, sorry for the vegetarians, situation. चार्जिंग इंफ्रा होगी तो गाड़ियाँ आएंगी, गाड़ियाँ होंगी तो चार्जिंग इंफ्रा आएगा, कॉस्टिंग तब बढ़ेगी जब स्केल बढ़ेगा, बिना स्केल के you cannot compete. Today, from the last, obviously, battery prices have come down significantly, cell prices have come down significantly, so what has happened over the last 10 years is better products, more range, load carrying capacity. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, हमने 3-wheelers बनाए थे, पहले 100 CFT का बॉक्स था, फिर 120 CFT का बॉक्स था, फिर 140 का था, फिर 170 का था, अब इनको घर चाहिए 3-wheeler में. This is how India works in logistics, right? I've spent enough time looking at this, and then वो पूछ रहे हैं कि रेंज क्यों नहीं मिल रही. आप एक गाड़ी में मतलब 1 टन का माल लेके जाओगे तो रेंज में फर्क पड़ेगा ना. This is how it works. But we have learnt, all the big boys have come into the game, Bajaj, Mahindra, TVS, everybody's here. Products are better, range is better, total cost ownership at least on the 2 and the 3-wheeler works, but it only works, Abhi, if you go to tier 2, 3, 4 cities, charging infra proper nahi hai, service properly nahi hai, parts proper nahi hai. Listen, this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. With what's going on, I got stuck in the Middle East a little bit because of what's going on with where oil prices are going. And thank you to Mr. Trump. God knows where it's going to go or which side of the bed he wakes up. But I'll tell you what, if prices, which I do believe now are going to be substantially higher, I think the more and more usage of EVs should come in. I'll be very honest with you. The oil, the pump prices are being controlled. The government hasn't increased the prices yet. But I'll tell you what, this can't go on long. If this goes on for long, you'll see a very, very substantial increase in prices at the pumps. And when the price happens, EV will come in. 100% better vehicles, more range, better quality, better service is coming. The TCO model in 2 and 3-wheelers work. I think it's going to work in the 1 ton also. That's coming. The government has had a little bit of a setback because they didn't support it at the right time. But I think a lot of work is being done. And for me, after 30 years living internationally, last 10 years, I've come back to India. I want a cleaner and a greener India. मैं सब सोचूंगा आप सब लोग सिर्फ conferences में नहीं, एक cleaner India भारत को अगर थोड़ा सा एफर्ट लगाएं तो अच्छा रहेगा. अगर सभी अपने बैक पॉकेट को देखेंगे ना, तो जो वो सोल्जर फ्रंट लाइन में है, लेडी और मैन, वो बंदूक की गोली लेगा. हम लोग इतना ज़्यादा सिर्फ अपनी सोच रहे हैं, but the long-term effects. I mean, we live in a city where AQI is 500. They say it's 500, but it's probably 1,500. We've got to start working on this. And I hope, at least for me, I've dedicated my life in this space. I hope more of us will join in this game.
So, I think if anyone else kind of feels this as much as you would, I know this for sure. I'm a service provider by my profession. Amongst about, give or take about 17,000, just kind of hold on to that number, give or take about 17,000 India's corporates are our clients, Safe Express's clients. And we have carried this requests from various sides of this corner, or various sides of the country, to try and see in case we can provide electric vehicles, we can provide capabilities of such. Pramod would kind of understand this better. But I haven't seen a single corporate come back and tell me that, yes, I'm willing to pay 100 rupees more a month for being able to run an EV vehicle. While we'll all want to speak about being a better, being a better country, building a better nation, initially, the knee-jerk whiplash from my side was also much the same, that this isn't fair. You want electric vehicle, you got to pay me more so that I can buy a new vehicle. So it was that chicken and egg. Over a period of time, their despair converted into somewhat of an understanding that yes, as a business house, as a corporate, as a responsible corporate, they are answerable to their stakeholders. Their stakeholders, of course, ask them to be profitable. It is not an organization's job to be charitable, and hence it is fair for them to ask a TCO concept to be able to do that. A good case is that this chicken and egg, of course, while the grind has been going on, has moved some more cycle. The flywheel isn't yet functional, but yes, with some geopolitical issues that are going on, there's a good case it kind of speeds up this case. So I hear you from that sense.
But I'll also disagree with you. Not one corporate will put anything into the pocket. But I'll tell you what, the long-term effect, so this has to be a public-private partnership. Some of the subsidies that were given to, now the three-wheeler, two-wheelers off, this should be given in where corporates use this, there's a benefit or something. There has to be something like that, right?
So yes, the government has to take some initiative to be able to do that. But anyhow, I'm going to move this same issue, Viral, in case I could come to you. The same issue, but possibly in a different tone. Let's talk about financing operating model. Is the financing and operating model for EVs, charging or swapping stations, is that functional? Is that working? How do you see that case? You guys have been researching much about this work. What does the ground reality tell you?
So, if we look from the...
Take this as it once,
yeah. Hello. Yeah. So if we look from the TCO perspective, as Pramod rightly mentioned, that it is now favorable even without considering subsidies for two-wheeler and three-wheeler. We have been working with number of government and private organizations, including Department of Post, Industrial Estates in Gujarat, and many other private players. When we look at how the cost would work out for the EV transition, we have been seeing for the two-wheeler segment where end-mile deliveries are majorly concerned, there is opportunity of saving up to about 50%, 45 to 50% of the total cost of operation as compared to the ICE or current petrol vehicles. And when we talk about the 3 and 4-wheeler, like up to 1 to 1.5 ton payload vehicles, which are essentially 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers in the EV market, if they are being utilized properly, like they are running about 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers per month, they are also able to achieve about 40% cost saving during their entire lifetime, like say about 8 years. So 40% of almost savings is there. So the cost, which was a huge problem, say 3 or 4 years before, is now being tackled very nicely. And there are many financing institutions, NBFCs, who are specifically giving this subsidies or better loan options for electric vehicles, keeping in mind the green aspect and sustainability aspect that they bring in. In addition to that, when we talk about the policies, apart from the incentives for the procurement, there has to be directive and mandates for setting up the charging infrastructure and mandating a particular percentage of electric vehicles in government as well as private and cooperative fleets. That is how the government and this leading organization institutes can set an example for the private players to shift and to ensure that charging infrastructure is available at all the key business districts or industrial areas or our logistic parks, so that that range anxiety or that chicken and egg problem for the charging infrastructure is being taken care of.
Yeah, I kind of resonate with that as well, because most of the action has been, at least currently, because of the range not being as long yet for different reasons. Most of the action has been in the two-wheeler, three-wheeler category, and in the four-wheelers and the commercial vehicles on the light side of light commercial vehicles. And because all this was lower range, there are concentric circles which have got built around major urban pockets, and charging and battery swapping stations and infrastructure also is coming in those locations. So I kind of resonate that, but I really want to see long haul action also coming through. But that having got said, Manoj, may I come to you, please? In terms of sustainability, if I have to look beyond, let's get into the larger landscape. What does sustainability in logistics mean for you today, or from your standpoint? Specifically, I'm talking about beyond just EVs. All right, where does that go?
First of all, thank you PHDCCI for this invitation, and it's a pleasure to be part of this esteemed panel. So for us in Cargo People, sustainability is now no more a parallel agenda. So it is the core to how we design and execute supply chain. So when we say that, so we are always talking about EV whenever it comes to sustainability or greener logistic. And we miss on one part that, I'll give you a few numbers so that will create a perspective to it, that every day we are shipping close to 100 million parcels in India. And we are now, like e-commerce is a $7 billion industry, and we are growing with 9% rate. So these are the good side of it. But the darker side is that only 5% or maybe less than 5% of our last mile deliveries are EV based. And our GDP, the cost of logistic in GDP is 14 to 15% versus the global benchmark is 8%. So forget about EV for time being. Even if we get into the efficient, we get more efficient in terms of our services like lesser empty miles or optimized loading plans and more efficient management of our warehouses, we still can save, or we can, it doesn't only contribute to money, but into carbons. So the more efficient we will be in terms of managing our systems, the lesser emission will create to the globe.
Glad. Because you mentioned about warehouses and all, I'm aware there's an effort from Terry's side, which is towards grading and rating warehouses in a certain framework. If you can enlighten the audience.
Anil, I'll just add into it about warehouses that we are also coming up with world's first net zero cold storage warehouse, which is being made in Dharwera. It is 160,000 square feet.
No, we're talking about larger issues. So let's talk about the India level issue. All right.
Yeah, so we have been hosting this Concord Terry Center of Excellence for Green and Sustainable Logistics at Terry, where the entire effort is to do operational research and develop tools, rating system frameworks to ensure that our entire supply chain and logistics is moving towards zero emission, low emission agenda, as well as to bring down the logistic costs. So one of the key aspects of when we talk about logistics is the warehousing, and where a very high amount of energy consumption is being done. Plus, there is a huge scope to optimize the operations as well. So we already have many infrastructure rating systems under GRIHA, IGBC, LEED have in place, and which basically look at majorly from the building's perspective, like infrastructure perspective only, that what is the amount of energy consumed, what type of materials were being used, what is the circularity in terms of water and waste usage. But when we are looking from the logistic perspective, what are the emissions or what is the energy consumption related to the machines or equipments which we are using to move our goods across our facility or our warehouse? How those operations could be optimized? Are there any technologies available to shift from diesel-based or DG-set-based power utilization for these equipments to more sustainable, efficient modes? And how the entire turnaround time could be optimized, say from starting from a vehicle enters to a logistic parts to the time till it goes out of the gate. How your processes could be more streamlined, optimized in a way that it reduces your turnaround time, which also helps to reduce the cost, enhances efficiency, and somewhere helps in reducing the consumption of fuel. So how this entire system, including operations, could be rated is something where we are working on. So not just limiting on the infrastructure part, but how operations could also be.
So is the framework ready yet?
We have, the framework is ready. We would be launching it about one month of a time frame. It is currently being reviewed by certain external experts. And I would also like to mention that DPIIT is also working on similar lines.
That's a different one altogether, of course.
Yes.
So they are grading and rating on the terms of infrastructure. They're basically not, they're grading and rating. And I felt, at least the Terry's framework dealt more with some green measures also as part of the infrastructure.
Yes. And it makes one of the greater component of the rating that will be there.
All right. Let me turn to you, Dr. Uday, again, but for a different landscape. If you can paint me a picture here. So we've spoken about EVs, we've spoken about the beyond EVs, warehouses and measures in terms of rating, grading, measuring and all. I just want to ask you from an entrepreneurial hat, if you may. How does one go about redesigning logistics, or rather redesigning their supply chain with a view of lowering emissions in whichever part of the system they're sitting in? They could be a service provider, they could be a warehouse renter, they could be a logistics user or logistics buyer. So how does one go about executing this?
And I'll tell you, it's we're living in a world where energy. I used to be in my younger days, I used to be on Wall Street, one of the bigger commodity traders. And today, since President Trump has come in, the volatility is increasing. It's not, first used to be every night, now it's every few minutes when he gets on Twitter. I think we should just take down this damn Twitter down completely. So, take his phone away from him. But the point is that, as entrepreneurs, I think just not being entrepreneurs, just as being somewhere here, we've lost that we're all human beings, right? I know AI is important, technology is important, but you've got kids, sir? You have kids, yes. Yeah? So you must care about your kids, right? Or your kids about your grandmother or your mother. So we're very popular in, saying Bharat Mata ki Jai, right? Well, Mother Earth is also your mother. Every one of us is responsible. I think in the supply chain, in the logistics, in every part. मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूँ, अगर हम इसमें change नहीं करेंगे ना, 10, 12, 15 साल के बाद, आप तो young हैं सर, लेकिन हमारे जैसे आदमी यहाँ पे बहुत, English में कहते हैं, we have to pay the piper. We'll have to pay the piper. This is an extremely, see, everything has to come to price. तो जब price एक level पे आ जाएगा. So
you're wearing an Indian patriot hat. I want you to wear a corporate promoter hat.
I am a promoter and I am a corporate, and you have to put money in.
Yes.
See.
So you tell me, tell me for the audience as to what does an entrepreneur do. Of course, you'll have to have right ethics.
You have to think of the long term. You have to invest in green energy and sustainability. It will not give you results today. It's like R&D. R&D doesn't give you results on day one. cost saving aati hai if you go greener and cleaner, if you align forces with different technologies, if you align forces a business that I'll be honest with you, today on 2 and 3 wheelers, if you have the scale, it makes sense to save money, right? It saves money. If you get involved in recycling of batteries, recycling of packaging, if you get involved in this, you will get a saving. The point is, it will not come on your balance sheet in 1 quarter. It is a longer term. See, I'm going to fight this case as an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur builds a long-term business. Entrepreneur's success doesn't come on showing 1 quarter results. Sir, I have listed companies. I have listed companies myself. You have to build businesses. And how do you do it? You align forces. This has to be a village. This has to be you, me, the environmentalist, you at Safe Express, everybody working together, forward and backward, working on a long-term vision. तभी होगा. अगर आप मैं बोलोगे, सर मेरे तो कोई भी customer कह रहा मेरे को आज saving नहीं हो रही. So then, again, that is not the solution. The solution is you work on supply chains, you work on recycling, it has got nothing to be being patriotic. It is about doing the right things. It is about and it's got nothing, let me again, sir, sorry to say that I'm very passionate about it. It's got nothing to be I'm being a patriot. I believe I want to do the right things for the long-term future of my business. We have, for example, at our factories, we are using solar. We are recycling every last thing that can be done. We are working with our suppliers to make sure they go green. If they don't, we try to work with them. We will give them a short-term increased price so that long-term they give us so this is a marathon. This is not a sprint.
I get it. Pramod, may I switch to you, please? While we've spoken about the general landscape, I just want to ask you from a different angle altogether, and this is about how does one go about executing this, and what are the things which are supporting this cause? So is there a case for policy initiatives that are helping us achieve this, or is it the infra support that is going to lead us to in the right way, or what of the two functions well to be able to execute something of this nature?
So I think what Dr. Uday was also mentioning right towards the end, that it has to be a collaboration at the end of the day. No single entity, be it policy or be it just industry, entrepreneurship will lead it. I think from the policy perspective, there is, there were pilot incentives, then there is a long-term PM E-Drive, 10,900 crores infused for across the vehicle. They're also looking at charging infrastructure funds earmarked. EV policies across the states are working, but that does not stop with it. It is also, because this comes into the urban scenario when we talk about e-commerce, the city logistics plans which are getting prepared and the intent with which the government is, already creating forces for the infrastructure to boom is ideal. On the collaborative side, yes, I think more corporates should, enroll for emissions, mapping, and also find that transparency and visibility so that they do understand what is their scope 1, 2, and 3, emissions, and optimize it, collaborating with the manufacturers. For example, if you're a LSP, you share that inside of scope 3 to the shippers, whoever wants to take the onus and report it subsequently and come back. While, yes, I think it works in tandem, and when you are basically helping derive those cost parity options and identify use cases. Today we are still again and again, emphasizing that there has to be over-utilization of a vehicle, right? It has to be highly utilized, hence you would achieve such cost savings within the EV segment. But also, I would say, not stop here. It is not just EV and infrastructure. A major part of your sustainability, which we tend to generally overlook in this fast-paced, is packaging as well. because packaging also contributes in terms of material, right? How you package to make it safe. Innovative packaging is also one key step which one should be looking at beyond this, because there is a lot of wastage and there is a lot of opportunity to innovate.
I like that point. But I think that makes relevance to what Dr. Uday also mentioned. That it takes a village. It's not just the policy initiatives. It's not just the infra support. It requires everybody to start doing their small bit to achieve this larger goal. Viral, I want to come back to a point you were mentioning earlier, and I kind of digressed somewhere else. You were mentioning something about India Post, and you told us offline that there's this case that needs to be brought to everybody's attention. It's a government of India's, it's a government body, and it has done certain initiatives which need to be highlighted as to what else they've done. Is there a case of something around green logistics or such?
Yes, so Department of Post has largest footprint when it comes to the operations of moving mails and parcels. They also own one of the largest fleets. So they have this mail motor vehicles, which are essentially one-tonner vehicles. And recently they have rolled out this tender for procuring about 63 electric vehicles for their operations. And this is around 60 to 63 four-wheelers for their this mid-mile haulage operations within different cities. So that was one of the greater outcome of the work that we have been doing. But when we look at the e-commerce as well, one of the key aspects is the end-mile deliveries. And when we talk about two-wheelers and shifting to electric vehicles, many times the challenge which is being faced is this drivers or the delivery service providers are involved for a very short time period to a particular service that they are catering to. At this point, owning a vehicle for them, specifically curated for the deliveries, may be a challenge. So at this time, talking about the village, leasing service providers and vehicles being provided by the logistic service providers could be really a great enabler to shifting to a more sustainable options for the deliveries, for the end mile. And for the mid mile, we always, at times I feel we always forget about our largest strength, that is Indian Railways. I know there are concerns regarding the travel time, assured deliveries, and many other concerns. But with the help of dedicated freight corridors, some of our e-commerce e-commerce providers are using this dedicated freight corridor network to reduce their travel time to up to 1 day for shipping their shipments from, say, Bombay to Delhi.
Not only travel time, but also lowering carbon emissions
in
the process.
And cost, because you would be saving a lot in terms of toll tax upfront, and the travel cost and the diesel cost are also added advantage. So these are the two things that should be explored by all providers.
Manoj, I want to give you the final question. Give me one change companies can immediately do to become more sustainable, and not just greenwashing, really become sustainable. Give me one thing.
So the immediate thing what we can do, as in
rather I should say one immediate thing.
Yeah.
Of course there will be many more.
Exactly. So the one immediate thing we can do, just going back home, is start measuring. The moment anything which get measured get more efficient. So if you start measuring the empty miles, if you start measuring the waiting time, if you start measuring the chillers being used in the warehouse when it is not required at 2 a.m. in the morning. So if the moment you'll start measuring, you will start improving on those things, and the immediate impact would be less emission.
I really love your point. I think you brought us back to the circularity of this discussion then, because there was a measurement of carbon emissions, and here you broadened it by saying that let's start measuring certain other aspects of wastage in any manner whatsoever.
And I'll add one more thing into it. Now ESG is coming up soon, so then the carbon liability will also be there. So if you start measuring now, you'll start doing your ESG audit voluntary, so then that will really help you take care of your carbon emission.
Really? Perfect,
and,
perfect.
Yeah.
It kind of stitches in very, very well with our conversations. But friends, I'd like to end it here. We've already overshot the first half of the day, not our session alone, but we are trying to compensate for your guys' lunch. Because we are in the pre-lunch session, I'm going to curtail the audience questions so that these guys can kind of deal with you one-on-one over lunch. That will have a good conversation over the lunch period. Thank you, folks, very much. Thank you, audience, for a patience listening.
Thank you so much to our moderator and panel members for such an insightful discussion. I would now request Ms. Aprajita, Director of PHDCCI, to please felicitate our moderators and our panel members. Ms. Aprajita. Thank you, sir. Mr. Uday Narang. Mr. Manoj. Ms. Virul Joshi, thank you for your contributions today. Mr. Pramod Rajendran, sir, thank you so much for participation and for your keen insights. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our moderator for such an insightful discussion. I request all the members and our moderator to please come together for a picture. Now we break for lunch, and after that we'll regather. 3. Intelligent last mile and returns. And this session focuses on strengthening trust in e-commerce through intelligent last mile solutions. It is my honor to introduce our moderator for this session, Mr. Arupendra Nath Malik, Associate Director at TERI and a leading voice in sustainability, ESG and climate policy. With over 24 years of extensive experience, Mr. Malik has been at the forefront of driving sustainability and climate action initiatives for businesses in India. He leads interdisciplinary research and works closely with industry leaders, policymakers, and global institutions to develop sustainability roadmaps and advance ESG frameworks. Through his work, he continues to shape the integration of sustainability into business strategy, making him a leading voice in the area of climate policy and responsible growth. Mr. Malik would further be moderating this session. Please, can I have a huge round of applause for Mr. Malik? I would also like to invite our panel members for this discussion. Mr. Naveen Mathur, founder of Jiffy World with 37 plus years of experience in logistics strategy. Mr. Girish Nair, director at Flipkart, driving public policy and entrepreneurship initiatives. Mr. Amit Shankar, co-founder, Million Minds and logistic industry leader. Mr. Gaurav Pandey, e-commerce leader, managing global marketplace operations. Mr. Sonik Saurabh, innovation strategist and supply chain expert in healthcare ecosystems. Now it will be for our moderator to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aprajita ji. Thank you, Jitendra ji, for having me at the chamber once again. It's a post-lunch session, but you know the stellar panel that we have, and you know across the bringing in voices across the entire ecosystem e-commerce logistics, and more importantly, various various facets of how the next generation supply chain looks like. I'm sure it would be an exciting and an awakening session and discussion for all of us. Like my colleague from the chamber mentioned, that we are looking at as part of this the issues relating to how do we build customer centric e-commerce logistics, and the growing importance of how the demand for e-commerce has been over the last few years. This aspects, colleagues, becomes very important and critical for us to look at. How do we look at hyperlocal same day delivery? How do we look at the use of predictive analysis and integrate MSMEs, tier 1, tier 2 markets into tech enabled logistics network. How I propose to do, I'm told that we have around 45 minutes time. We will go about to invite each panelists to share the initial your initial remarks and your perspectives on how do you see customer centricity is driving today the adoption of tech enabled solutions. And if I may request to limit your interventions to around 4 to 5 minutes, that would be very good. And if I may go first to Mr. Naveen Mathur, the founder of Jiffy World. Naveenji, Jiffy World has evolved as an all-in-one dashboard to reduce RTOs, to get COD payments faster. Your thoughts, your experience, your perspectives on how tech-enabled tech-enabled logistics systems today are driving and defining on how the next generation supply chain should look like.
Sure, thank you. Hi guys. So let me spend half a minute on saying why Jiffy World. I think all of us need to understand that e-commerce is, e-commerce will, and e-commerce always will be a game of impulse, nothing else. Now, if impulse remains, the business remains. Secondary, where would a seller get his business from? How would a seller reach out to a customer? How would a customer buy? You, me, all our customers, and how do we buy? So, why Jiffy World, and why? What we need to do is, let's ensure that this whole game is based on time and predictability. If we are not predictable, this business does not emerge, exist at all. So what we do, we have applied a lot of behavioral sciences, a lot of data, AI-driven data which is from the market, data which is from the states, data which is from the customers, and try and understand by saying, where is the problem? The problem is not in the product. The problem is not with the customers. The problem is the duration of time it takes to deliver the product. And if we are time sensitive and we are predictable, this business booms and this business grows. 2030, if the data is right, USD $350, $340 this business depends and works upon. So 340 crore turnover ka business market, they still looking at this business to grow. How do we do it? We reach out customers faster, we sort out the problems. Problems are nothing but a generic problems you got to have solutions to. Solution number one, like Rupendra touched upon saying, RTO. Is my shipment on the real track? There's a gizmo word which is in the Gen Z world now is called Vismo. What is the status of my shipment? Nobody knows what is the status of your shipment. So a live tracking which is must. We have not developed a different science in the organization that we have started again now. Previous to this, 38 years of experience that I have in this same industry, we have run 4 organizations prior to this, and this is the 5th. What we are only trying to do is to reach out to the customer faster, to reach out to the customer being predictable. If I have committed you a delivery today, it will happen today. Whether I use a science behind it, whether I use an engine behind it, whether I ensure that I have every technical aspect available to me, but we reach out to the customer faster. So I think the main point is how well you have read this business, how well you have understood the demographic of your customers, how well you have understood how to reach faster to the customer is the name of the game. And I think if we understand that this has to reach faster to our customer, trust me, you are on. This business is on. I would only like to spend another 1 minute before I hand it over to somebody else. We work with all kind of customers. These are brands, these are non-brands, and these are so-called emerging brands. The only thing that we have always heard backhand from all of them, sir, मैं तो बहुत बड़ा बन गया था, लेकिन अब वो X के संग काम कर रहा हूँ, डिलीवरी का कोई अता पता नहीं है, my business is dooming. Person 2 comes and tells you, sir, I am trying to grow, support नहीं मिल रहा है. Person 3 comes and tells you, मैं तो बहुत छोटा हूँ, मेरे को कोई देखता भी नहीं है. But all 3 of them have only one problem. Is my goods reaching on time? And why I said in the beginning impulse is आज मुझे जिस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है, if I do not get it on time, that impulse goes off and I forget about it. If I get 2 more days to search and surf a market, a competition, then I have options. Then I will not need your product. Hence, let's ensure, and that's what I think we have been hearing for the morning, is that build either with the help of AI or with the help of the process that you have, the standard operating procedures, build is something which reaches the customer faster. And I think that's what the whole point is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen ji, and I think this. Thank you for putting the things into the context on how live tracking and more importantly the time sensitivity is so much important. I'll invite Mr. Kirish Nair from Flipkart. I think all of us are one way or the other your customer, or at least our spouses definitely are. Giriji, your take on how the next gen supply chain and more importantly, I think the customer centricity, your perspective, and also if you could also elucidate the kinds of initiatives that Flipkart as an organization is doing today, and if there are any signals of evolution that you see that Flipkart has been doing over the last few years and decades.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. So I think from our perspective, Flipkart, whether we look at it in any way, we are an online platform at the end of it, right? There is one side of the platform which enables, broadly talking about MSMEs, that could be sellers, small sellers, big sellers, brands. There could be the other side of it, which is customers like us. And between that is the different categories that one sells on, different categories that one buys from. From an organization perspective, I think over the years, and with the advent and with the noise around the incorporation of technology, AI, if that's the term that we kind of have been spoken and talking about for the largest part, what we are trying to do as an organization is to ensure efficiency builds up. Now, when we talk about efficiency, I'm talking about both from a scale perspective, from a profitability perspective, from a cost reduction perspective, and also from a consumer experience perspective. So when we look at a platform like Flipkart, for example, because I'm part of it, you look at any kind of a brand or a product, there are a couple of things that strikes you. Can there be more options for me as a consumer, which could be lesser in terms of my pocket spend, efficiency in terms of me getting the delivery on time? Let's flip it. If I get the delivery on time and I'm not interested, what about the returns of it? Is there a mechanism to ensure that kind of gets covered? From a seller perspective, I could be a seller who may be a non-branded seller in a category like footwear. Just quoting an example wherein brands like the Nikes, the Reeboks, the Addies dominate. So if I'm a non-branded player in a branded category, what about my scalability and growth as a seller on the platform? Can Flipkart as a marketplace use technology to probably identify and show up trends for me as a non-branded player to grow? May not be in a metro like a Delhi, Bombay, but could be in a tier 3, tier 4 city. And can there be monetization around it for me to grow up? The other aspect of it is when I'm moving into cities, when logistic is a challenge, can me as an organization try to leverage the local kirana store and have them part of my delivery supply chain? Is the other aspect that I wanted to talk about, is what we try to do as well. So from an organization perspective, and I'm not saying that we are perfect here, but we are trying to build an ecosystem wherein both coexist and both get their money and value proposition right. While the journey is long, for a seller, he would look at probably scalability, profitability. From a consumer perspective, it could be in terms of how viable, how convenient is for me to return a product and get the money on my account. From a seller perspective, how viable it is if a product has gone from Delhi to Trivandrum, whether it will come absolutely the way it was sold, whether it's not damaged, whether it's not fake. So we've just, at the start of the year, we started an initiative called SLAP. It basically means shop like a pro. Now, shop like a pro is from both ways. When I talk about being from a consumer perspective, what are the things that I would look at and how technology can make my experience on the Flipkart platform better. And from a seller perspective, if I'm catering into markets like Delhi and Bombay, wherein there is a lot of Gen Z population, retention power is less, branded trends are more, what is the value proposition that I can get over there? So at the end of it, what I'm trying to say is that we are typically still a marketplace platform. We don't sell brands as a Flipkart brand. We are a platform that brings both agnostically on a platform and both try to find a value proposition around it. So I think from our perspective, we are trying to do a lot of things. Like for example, from an EV perspective, let me bring that up. As we speak, we have round about close to 15,000 to 20,000 electric vehicles as part of our supply chain last mile delivery. Objective is by 2030, we might have our entire fleet electronically driven. Now, when we talk about that, the other thing is that optimization of delivery. Whether the route that I take, is that a viable route for me to take? Whether the truck that goes from a Delhi to a Bombay, is that optimally filled with the category and the product? So we are trying to use technology to enhance efficiencies. Let's put it that way. While I know the buzz is that because AI is coming, people are moving out, I'm talking about from an organization perspective, that's what we're trying to do. And I'm trying to say that both from a consumer perspective and a seller perspective. It's not just because we have X number of brands on the platform and we cater to around about close to 12,000 to 13,000 pin codes across India. So we are only centric from a seller perspective. No, we're trying to do it both ways. And the way we look at it is to incorporate technology to drive efficiency from both perspectives. Be it last mile, be it product quality, be it returns, be it scalability for me to grow on the platform as a business. So that's what we are trying to do. And I think we've taken on this very hard, fast approach of increasing efficiencies, reducing costs, which optimally is right for any business. But of course, the journey is a little lengthy, and hopefully we are on the right trajectory. So yeah, thanks.
No, thank you, Giriji. And I think Flipkart's your point on how you are embedding technology for efficiency, looking at the fleet to be electric in nature, does speak volume on the kinds of next gen solutions that you are using. If I may move to Mr. Sonic Saurav for the initial comments. Sonic ji, Tata 1mg is a brand that is redefining how we don't the elderlies don't queue up in the stores now, but have the ability to have access to your platform and the benefits. Your thoughts on how does particularly if you could highlight your experience in the tier 2, tier 3 cities on the kind of interventions that you are doing at Tata 1mg. Also looking at are there any next gen tech solutions that you are currently using, you aspire to use for your supply chains?
Thank you. So with a brand that is 100 plus years old, a conglomerate, so we have I would say hidden burden on us to preserve the brand value that we are carrying with our name, Tata. And since we are the baby, we are one of the newest baby into this conglomerate, we have to build this with our SOPs, policies, and also the efficiency that are bringing into the system. We are creating a category, to be honest, because healthcare was already planned to deliver through hospitals, doctors, clinics. It was designed like that. And then something happened into the industry, and we created some platforms, and then a sudden flow of things came. And then come the catalyst, the COVID-19 wave. It served as a catalyst to the healthcare organizations. The people who were against it, they become the supporters. The associations, government bodies, everyone is not liking the e-commerce, e-healthcare like a very good thing to happen. But during the COVID, it's proved that this is the system that is for years. This has created the base for the tech plus healthcare thing. And we delivered what was supposed to be delivered into those 2-3 years kind of the time. Then later, what happened, as you told about the elders, our biggest customers are the elders, because there we have long therapies and they do the planned purchase of medicines. In our industry, there is nothing impulse, to be honest. They're acute and chronic. Chronic is something where doctor have written a prescription and it has to be taken for many years, sometimes maybe for lifetime. And then people do planned purchase on our platform. So we are building how the adherence will go. And there is the real game for a healthcare platform, that adherence wouldn't change. If person A is buying to us at this month, let's say March, they should come on April and they should upload the prescription and they should get the medicines. That is the whole adherence part. How we are ensuring that? That is through pill reminders, that refill reminders, that your medicine is going to be emptied into next 7 days. We calculate that with the help of doses, whatever doctor has prescribed, multiplying that with the number of pills that we have in the strip, and then we do the reminders kind of a thing. Then another logistics play that we have to do is the cold chain. Because in vaccines, insulins, we all have heard of GLPs, weight loss medicines, everything come as a cold chain. You have to deliver the product into 2 to 8 degrees to the farthest patient possible. And we do this with tech. We use data loggers, we use validated cold boxes, we use reefer vans to deliver this product at the stipulated temperature, as mentioned by the manufacturers, to the patient doorstep. And this entire tracking is shared with the patient. That your medicine has this X temperature when it was from my warehouse. Through the journey, it was from X to Y, and you are getting the product at a Y temperature. So this is the whole thing. This like build the trust, and the whole healthcare is just on this single point trust. If the people trust you, they will come again to you, and they will buy from you. So through the processes, we are building this trust, and later we understand, while being in the skin in the game, that you can't hold customers based on discounts, BOGO offers, and everything. It's the trust that holds them for long. And at the industry, I guess everyone, be it any brand, be it any platform, they are building that trust. Whatever name they say, but this is the trust they are building for a longer game to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonic ji. And I think Tata 1mg, of course, is a classic example of how legacy business and a new age tech can come together to touch millions and trillions of lives. And I think some of the for colleagues in the room as well, it would be very insightful to also learn of some of the refill reminders, some of the the tech solutions that you are also building into to use data to continue to gain trust of the customers. I now move to Mr. Gaurav Pandey from Karcher cleaning system. Gaurav ji, in terms of we heard one perspective on impulse buying, another perspective on planned purchases. Your experience on how things are rapidly evolving in your space. What are the kind of tech enablement that you are doing for your supply chain? Your thoughts, Gaurav ji.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. See, in Karcher System, it's a German-based company. It's a premium brand. AI play a very important role in our system. We have different manufacturing units in Germany, Vietnam, China. Earlier, what we do in the last couple of years, we used to forecast our inventory system weekly, monthly, and just we used to send to German team. They forecast and they differentiate. They forecast for Vietnam manufacturer, China manufacturer. Because of AI, now automatically they fetch our inventory system and they sends to Germany team, they sends to particular SKU to Vietnam team, they sends notification to China team ki this is going to be just we require such kind of inventory from for India itself. So as per me, AI plays a very important role in our system. But as Matthew sir has told that being a customer view, customer trust is very important. As we are a brand and just we do business with the Flipkart, Amazon as a brand itself, we do business with our Alpha team. As per me, the best use we can do in our system for the B2B business key, we at the time of delivery we used to come from FC team from Amazon, Flipkart, that there is some space issue, there is some dock choke. So what happens? Hamari vehicle to hamare warehouse se move kar gaye, and they reach to Flipkart warehouse, Amazon warehouse, or maybe Mobile's warehouse. So the cost, the fuel cost, the main power, it's involved in that circumstances. We can save if automatically and through the AI, if it comes from the Flipkart, Amazon team कि हाँ आज हमारे यहाँ space issue है, आज हमारे यहाँ dock choke है, main power कम है, so don't send the vehicle. So in some such circumstances, as per me, we can do better things through the AI, because as per me, logistics is not a fast delivery. It's all about speed, intelligence, and customer trust. कि हम कैसे इसको fulfill कर सकें. तो what we are using in our company, so AI, so that we don't get out of stock, customer get accessories on time, we deal in vacuum cleaner तो उनको filter back easily available हो जाए. If you are seeing the war situation, vessels Gulf countries में रुके हुए हैं, तो through these things we can maintain our brand also and customer trust also. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Gaurav-ji. And I think here again your point on how customer centricity and use of AI for the logistics business becomes very important for us. We move to Amit Shankdhar, and Amit-ji, it is. At the beginning, I was mentioning that this panel, this stellar panel, represents the entire ecosystem, and you bring in the perspective of training, manpower outsourcing over the last 18 years. It was 2007 when this was set up, and I would be very also curious to know if there is any thought rationale to change the name from T2P to 2 million minds. I think what was the thought that kind of triggered this would be interesting to hear from you. I think Amit-ji, something that would be very interesting for all of us. I think we're talking about the next gen supply chain. Your experience of how the need for training, skilling, reskilling is changing over time. What are the kind of feedbacks that you are receiving from the stakeholders, from the customers, to look at the new generation of people skills that we need? Are you noticing any differences? Your thoughts, Amit-ji.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mullik. See, I was not expecting these questions from the historical background of my company, T2P Consultants, who become a Million Minds Management Services Limited, and the changes over a period of time, and the expectations in terms of the skilling and training, and the behavioral changes of requirement of the people. Right. Beyond this, I am a hardcore logistician as well. I started my career as a frontline sales executive for DTDC Express and raised to a vice president level. And during those period itself, we formed this organization, which we are talking about at this point in time. So I just give you little perspective about this session and this little historical perspective of logistics, and try to combine with the your question of manpower and the skilling and the training and development, right? So typical answer of your T2P to changing to a Million Minds. T2P was we formed with the perspective of training to placement. Despite employment and requirement of the people, demand and supply gap is always there. Today we have a huge opportunities for the people, but at the same time huge unemployment is also there. And it was very much true in year 2090s as well. When we were looking for people were not there. And when you look for the job for the people say, I don't have a job. So this mismatch is a perennial problem, and we are living with this. Something is getting sorted and new things are getting opened. From that perspective, we formed the organization T2P Consultant for fulfilling the captive need of a people in DTDC itself. So we started with the recruiting people all the way from the villages and bringing them into the large hubs of those 90s and 2000, typically 2005-7 up to 2010. And I connect this last 35 years of logistics as a 3 decade of logistics, or 2.5 or 3.5 decades of logistics. If you look at logistic 1.0 in 90s up to 2005 or 2010, it was a purely the word was logistic was not there. Even explaining the courier was difficult for the people, and it was treated as a very back end. And the people who were working in this segment feeling little inferior complex, and simple talk was there. Even somebody is doing a good business and having a good career in courier or something, तभी भी अपने उनकी शादी होना difficult होता था. Right? People look for the glamour was not there into it. Thankfully, this session what we are doing for e-commerce, we have a 4 minutes, sir. All right. So, if this logistic 1.0 of that particular era, logistic 2.0 came with the little infrastructure development, particularly 2010 onwards or 2007-8 onwards till 2020 kind of logistic 2.0 we can declare. 3 things happen in this particular era. One is infrastructure attention of the government has started. Second, the e-commerce has evolved very rapidly. And these 15-20 years, there is a 20x exponential growth of a logistics sector. Whereas hardly during 90s or 2000, 3,000 crore business was there. Today is in Indian rupees for express logistics or combinedly e-commerce logistics and courier packaging solutions, it is close to 50,000 crore plus. Right, a part of 2 lakhs crore of overall logistics business of India, which Naveen told is growing towards $300 billion by 2030. Right. So within that, the e-commerce has brought lot of attention and the excitement, and which has further created a demand for lot of employment for the people. And from there, we pivot from a training to placement to an institute to a Million Mind as a staffing organization, right? I'm just trying to cover both the things together. And then the GST implementation, and then a lot of other, the whole country was, before GST implementation, was divided into a 29, or 28, different smaller countries. Today, there has been integrated. So the toll nakas may not have those kind of a line and those kind of traffic jam which was there in logistic 2.0 or 1.0 kind of a solution. But in today's context, particularly after COVID, right, the logistics has got a different life completely, and this become a most important function for the globe as a whole world, and it become a further more important function for the organizations to remain profitable and efficient. And similarly, that is taking the attention of government as well, being their responsibility, and the social responsibility of each individual as a consumer or customer. So logistic 3.0, or the latest situation what we are talking about, has brought us quick commerce. The deliveries which was not happening those days in 4 days and 5 days, we are expecting, and it is happening in 10 minutes. And each segment is trying to come into that particular, growth area of quick commerce. And the age of AI has already started for this particular session what we are doing. And the implementation of AI is applicable in each segment of this particular business. Third, sustainability, and this session we already have. And the most important is the generation G, or the workforce, or a future workforce, right? So if you look at from AI perspective or today's session perspective, the problems can be divided into 3 segments. The problems which are happening through a source. Source means, like, I am a logistics service provider and Flipkart is my customer or Myntra is my customer. So they become the source, right? Or Meesho may be a customer if for any logistic service provider. And there is a delivery point that is a customer. His behavior is affecting lot of return and the reverse logistics and cost and efficiency attached to it. And then within middle of this logistics service provider, the most integral part and the important part is manpower. Particularly in case of a last mile delivery, the delivery agent or a delivery boy, or maybe we can call it a gig workers, become a very, very integral part of it. And the overall cost of logistics, last mile delivery, 40 to 50%, maybe Mr. Nair may correct me if I am, missing certain points, comes from the last mile delivery people cost, right? And here the huge challenges are there, which is largely it is attrition. And your last question was how we look at from a staffing perspective and a training and development perspective, since my fellow panels were already spoken about AI side of it. We need to see still the logistics people as a workforce, frontline workers who are a real brand ambassadors of logistics are not looking this as a first option of their choice of job. That become only in the case of a majburi, right? Either because of incentive or they do not have other options to earn money, they go for it. So be as a overall ecosystem of logistics service LSPs or maybe a customer or as a whole academia or maybe the government side of it, we need to see this become a choice of a job, because logistics are producing a third largest employment. And we expect, as your theme was also talking about, what is the expectation in terms of recommendation, right? How government can help us for these people's social security, their safety, and how AI can help their feedback, how happy he is, right? And how different kind of a, fundamental facilities are being provided at those locations. Look at the situation of quick commerce in urban area. In a cluttering area, somehow dark stores are being opened. There is no proper system. There is no municipality do not have as of now proper rules and regulations. We are not building our cities where the cluster of a logistics are required for a quick commerce or maybe a dark store kind of a facility where these riders and everybody can be there and they remain nearest to the client side. So speed depends how near you are to the client side. So those lot of areas are there, but particularly lot of expectation in terms of the skill development and trainings are required from an employer and the government both sides.
Sure. Thank you so much, Amit ji. And I think the way you also broke down the logistics 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 provides good context for our discussions and the seminar today. If I may, on the predictive analysis or use of predictive analysis for managing high volume, high return volumes and reverse logistics, if I may, invite first Mr. Girish Nair and then Mr. Gaurav Pandey to shed your perspectives on the kinds of operational and structural challenges that you see, and what are the kind of way forward or solutions that you feel are important in this for managing high return volumes and reverse logistics.
So I think to probably think about the fact that you can negate reverse logistics or you can nullify it probably may not be the right approach. You are in a pure play demand supply kind of an environment. Something that augurs well with me as a customer may not really augur well when I receive a product, fair play. So there could be a very viability of me to return that product. From a platform perspective, what we bring in, or that's where probably we come into play, is both from a satisfaction perspective in terms of the mechanism to return a product, from a seller perspective, more from a perspective whether the product is not spoiled, damaged, he or she gets it back as a seller, and the process of returning. Besides the other aspect, if I as a seller would have sold a product, I as a consumer would have bought a product, I would have paid for it. Now, when it happens to be returned, then what is the mechanism of me as a seller getting back the product that was sold on a platform like Flipkart? What is the process in terms of how quicker do I get? So our resolution, generally speaking, and I'm talking about broadly, this could include brands as well. Of course, category-wise is different when it comes to electronics and others, but broadly is between a 7 to 15-day window, right? And we are trying to build in efficiencies to ensure things like we have something called a Flipkart trust marker, which basically means that if you go to a platform today, any platform of Flipkart, as a consumer, if I want to buy any category, any product, whatever price point it may be, what are the trust markers as a platform we bring on board, which could be authenticity, which could be quality, which could be returns, which could be the process. So what we are trying to say is that we are trying to do whatever we can, looking at that this is something that is an ongoing, I wouldn't say concern, but ongoing part of the ecosystem. You will have consumer return it. You will have products getting damaged. From a platform perspective, our objective is to ensure both are negated to a point. From a technology perspective, what we are trying to do is we are trying to hone in on maybe, for example, certain set of PIN codes historically we feel has more returns. So there could be more duplicacy of consumers ordering from that PIN code. There could be a duplicacy in terms of fraud happening in those certain localities. So how does technology blacklist that so that a seller's product is protected from probably getting damaged or getting couriered to that location? From a consumer perspective, we are trying to do as much we can for a consumer to get that much knowledge to pick up a product category wise. So I think it's a evolving thing for us, and we are trying to build in technology which can help both ways, consumer trends as well as entrepreneur, branded or non-branded. We are not saying that we have reached the end game because it's an evolving world that we're in, but we are trying to infuse as much we can to probably have a middle way wherein both objectives are met. And then the journey is long. We are not saying that we are done with it. Like I said, our technology is used heavily in our facilities in terms of sorting out products. We use a lot of robotics there. We use a lot of technology in terms of, my colleague just mentioned about dark stores, right? In terms of what kind of a generation of demand is happening from a location like, for example, I'm in Siri Fort Auditorium, nearby area. So how does technology probably predict in terms of my demand order from a location like this, and maybe which category could it be? It could be fruits and vegetables, for example. So technology we are trying to do is to enhance our capabilities and also enhance probably the capabilities of people who would like to use a platform like Flipkart to sell. Technology to also negate fraud from a consumer perspective. So that is what we are trying to do. But I still believe it's a very evolving phase, and that's the journey we've set out for.
Sure. Thank you, Girishji. Gauravji, your perspectives from what you are already seeing in India as part of your experience in the other geographies as well. I think that would be interesting.
As per me, if you think like customer, if a brand thinks about the customer, we have as Flipkart already doing the same, हमें OTP based delivery करनी चाहिए so that customer can know कि हमने जो order किया है वो that's a right product. And from the brand perspective, हमें through the technology just we need to check customer behavior. ऐसा तो नहीं बार-बार he is doing the same thing so that we can blacklist that particular customer from that particular pin codes. Packing should be in a proper way कि एक बार अगर customer RTP भी हो रहा था so that it came to us in a proper way, and product mismatch की जो possibility होती है वो हम recheck करें time to time कि it's जो customer हमें order कर रहा है वो customer को वही मिले. So these are the SOPs which we have to follow to ensure कि हमारा RTO loss and RTO कम.
Thank you. I'm being told that we are running out of time. But what we would like to also end with is from the deep experience that all of you have on customer centric e-commerce logistics. one recommendation that you would want, to emerge from the panel so that the chambers can run with it, on how do you see one recommendation for a resilient, efficient, and sustainable supply chain. And if I may ask from the farthest end, Mr. Sonic Saurav to share the perspectives, and from left to right we come back.
So as per my learning and the things I share with within my team, so speed with accuracy is something that the industry needs, and that should be shared across the industry.
Okay, Mr. Girish Naid.
I think from a like I started this conversation, we are a marketplace platform, right? So I think there are 2-3 key areas as this e-commerce sector is growing that probably we might have to be privy about. One, definitely because there is that consumer side and there's a seller side of it. From a seller side perspective, I know I think one of our colleagues did touch upon the fact that how the equilibrium has shifted over the years in terms of with GST coming to play. But I think there is a larger section of us in the tier cities that we are talking about, which we normally don't talk about, who are struggling to be aligned with GST because they feel that that's not their annual turnover to probably opt for that. So if there could be that piece of liberalization offered to a seller, it helps, because from a platform perspective, we don't get a benefit, because at the end of it, we are supposed to pay a tax to a state for a particular number of sellers that have sold on our platform. So that's probably number one. Number two, rightfully said, I think there needs to be some kind of a logistics warehousing process in place, particularly with the evolving dark store that's coming up. We are kind of aiming close to 1,000 by this year alone. We're sitting at around about 500, 600 odd. But of course, we are also very gungo about demand, right? So we will not do the right check when we are trying to pick up a dark store in a particular place. There needs to be a process and a mechanism to ensure there is a streamlination of that, considering the players who are in the quick com sector. That's the other part of it. And I think from a logistics part of it, we of course have our own e-card logistics that we kind of operate with. We very well know that technology advent is something which will be ongoing, and how can probably we increase both scale yet be sustainable is probably our objective generally here.
Thank you. Mr. Gaurav Pandey.
Customer trust.
Amitji.
So the recommendation what Mr. Girish is talking about, the having a proper compliant system in a cities for a dark store. Second, I would like to emphasize, when we are talking about a customer trust, there has to be a trust between LSP and the his customer, right? So the government may facilitate a visibility platform where the entire open source data is available for all the way seller and the platform, and followed by LSP, and then the maybe like the ONDC can be expanded in the same manner, or a similar kind of a logistics platform. The sourcing level visibility versus at a delivery level visibility is integratedly visible for whole value chain.
Mr. Mathur.
See, asking at this stage of e-commerce, asking government to be a part of a support system sounds very good, should happen. But the kind of ecosystem, this has already been on the race, it is already built in. It's very difficult for, other than a logistic policy, a government to barge in. Now, but what is required for the present business to ensure that what is recommended is a hygiene from both the sides. Hygiene from a customer perspective, hygiene from a seller perspective, from a businessman perspective. Both do not have hygiene today. I think we for a time minute, we lost out on a small product, but a very important one called return. Why today the return is 22, 23, 27%? It's not because the product was bad. It's not because that 100% of them has not reached on time. But because I'm in a habit and convenience of rejecting a product is why I have the right to choose it, reject it, and then order something new. I think time for us now to be hygienically clear about the activity that we are trying to be into. You can't buy a ticket and decide not to board a bus or a train because you have invested your money. Today, the 27% of the returns in e-commerce is only on orders which are COD and not prepaid. Why? Because I have not paid my money, I can play around, I can look, nahi ye lal rang acha nahi tha yaar, Amazon se manga lete hain. I think hygiene, a basic etiquettes of buying a product, you can always today stand up on quick commerce perspective of an Instamart or a Blinkit or a Swiggy and tell them by saying this product has got a problem, return it. They will do it. But when you go into an e-commerce site, you have the habit of rejecting an order moment the courier person starts calling you. I think hygiene and the understanding of a customer from the perspective of a product and from the perspective of our customer, both are very important in this product for this product to flourish and to move forward. I think post this, that's where I think I buy a point what Amit said. Training and development in this industry, both from the perspective of the customer and the consumer and back-end project is very, very important. And I think we are missing that big time in India. You go outside India, even you travel to Dubai or you travel to any part of the world, you find e-commerce supporting you and be there on your side. Forget about the cost for a minute. Does that happen in India? The answer is no, we are growing. But I think the rapid momentum that we have picked up, the volume that we have as a country, and the acceptance of this product that we have in this country for this product needs certain demarcation right away. And if we do that, this product, people used to tell us in 2020 when we entered from logistics to e-commerce side of it by saying it's a bubble. 2025 mein phat jayega. It doesn't have, it can never happen. It is growing many folds. And like I said, the numbers are too much to be even think and thought about it. So I think a basic need of training and development. Initially, I saw a lot of government projects wherein training and development started. Skill activity came into process. Like Amit also touched upon, say ONDC, probably that's the right way of touching this e-commerce to give it a shape. Logistic policy through government is already in place now. I think that should also be imposed. So certain restrictions from both sides of it, as consumer and as the seller, I think will have a good sailing. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think this with this we conclude the session, and some of the points, especially the point on how do we look at speed with accuracy, not look at a siloed approach, but look at more the seller side as well as the consumer side becomes important. Takeaways from for this. Jitendra ji, thank you for putting this stellar panel together. I think the chamber is providing voice to otherwise a voiceless stakeholder, and the recommendation and the experience and perspectives, I'm sure will reach to the right quarters for all of us together to look at a customer centric, resilient, efficient, and sustainable supply chain in the real world. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, colleagues, for being here.
Thank you so much. That was indeed a very informative discussion. I would now request Dr. Jitendra Singh, Deputy Secretary General, PHDCCI, to please come forward and felicitate our moderator and panel members for their valuable contributions today. I request Mr. Malik to accept our token of gratitude for his contributions today. Can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator? I also request Mr. Naveen Mathur to kindly accept our token of gratitude for his valuable contribution and participation today at the event. I also request Mr. Girish Nair to kindly accept our token of gratitude. I request Mr. Amit Shankdhar to kindly accept our token of appreciation for his valuable contributions. Can we please have a huge round of applause? I also request Mr. Gaurav Pandey to accept our token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable contributions. I also request Mr. Sonik Saurabh to kindly accept our token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. I request all the panel members and moderator to kindly stay back for a group picture. As we come towards the end, I would like to thank each one of you for your presence today and making this event a huge success. Thank you to our partners, our presenting partners, our associate partners. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm signing off. Pragya Mittal. Thank you so much.